I've been waiting a long time to interview this one. Father Chad Ripperger, probably the most premier exorcist in the world right now, and extremely knowledgeable on spiritual warfare. Man, such a good interview. We had to pull one part, otherwise it wouldn't be YouTube friendly. And we know this because we had this same issue with Jim Caviezel when we released his. So if you want to see the full interview, it's on Patreon. It's only about a 2-minute segment that got pulled out for Patreon only. So if you don't want to, that's fine too. But enjoy the show. Extremely educational. God bless. Cheers. Father Chad Ripperger.
Nice to finally meet you.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
It's nice to finally meet you. We've been trying to get you on for over a year, and finally made it happen. So thank you for coming. It's an honor to have you.
Well, likewise.
But I want to get right into it. So right before we started recording here, we had a little side discussion about UFOs and aliens.
Yeah.
And I'm curious, what do you think about all of that?
Well, obviously, some of the UFOs can be explained by some of them by governmental experiments and things of that sort, which people are not necessarily used to. However, usually when you get into stuff like the abduction cases and things like that, I actually did a conference on this more recently, where I parsed out 10 different ways in which, if you actually look at like abduction scenarios, that in point in fact, those abduction scenarios, if you actually look at what the aliens are supposedly doing, is identical to the same things that demons do to people who are possessed. So if you strip the veneer of the alien aspect of it off, that in point in fact what you're dealing with is they're just demons. There's actually a book too, I don't know if you've heard about it, it's called Alien Intrusion by Gary Bates. And in that book, he debunks a lot of the sightings that people have actually, the footage and the things of that sort. It's a bit dated of a book, but in there he talks about the fact that people who are in these abduction situations will actually cry out to Jesus, and then then boom, all of a sudden the abduction situation stops and they're sitting back in their bed or whatever the case actually is. So there's a lot of demonic stuff on that level. There's some that speculate too that some of the craft that we see moving in ways that are contrary to physical laws is also just a diabolic mirage, which they can cause. That type of stuff is extraordinarily rare because God doesn't usually permit it, but that can actually happen. So that's kind of just my general thoughts in relationship to it, that a lot of this stuff, not all of it, but a lot of this stuff is just diabolic in nature.
What does God say about it? Does God say that we are the only beings in the universe?
Well, I mean, ultimately, we don't have absolute certitude other than the fact of what we read in Genesis. So in the book of Genesis, the creation of life is actually restricted or seems to be focused here on Earth and nowhere else. My own basic observation is if you look at what NASA is doing in their studies and things like that, everywhere they look, they think, oh, we might have found life. And then they didn't, of course. And I think what we're discovering is that other than here, the universe is sterile. Now, in theory, God can do whatever he wants, but at least from a scriptural point of view, but then also even science, I think, is starting to prove it out too, is that we're getting to the point where we're starting to realize that this seems to be the only place that you're going to, that it seems to be the case. A lot of times too, the idea that there's life elsewhere is heavily rooted in the evolutionary hypothesis, because there's evolution here, there must be everywhere, even though their theories of evolution are not only just scientifically problematic, but just even theologically and philosophically problematic. But that all being said, that's where it's rooted in, I think.
With all I'm sure you've seen some of the Epstein stuff. Have you been following that at all?
A bit, from a distance, yeah.
That seems like some type of satanic ritualistic type stuff that was going on there.
Yes, actually. And actually, the stuff I've read about as far as to the degree that I can have certitude about what you can find on the internet, the stuff that was going on there, and just the layout of the island gives an indication that it was heavily involved in the occult. The other thing I should mention too is that people don't get heavy into that type of thing. It's the same thing that we've seen elsewhere, where guys who suffer from homosexuality and they're active and they're very heavily active, it very often degenerates into ritualistic sex. It's the same kind of a thing there, that it eventually degenerates. Satan ends up just driving them because they're so disordered that he gets involved, and then he drives it more towards a ritualistic kind of an approach. So if it wasn't ritualistic, I'd be surprised.
I mean, there's just so many questions about what's going on, and it seems like nobody high up, nobody that could actually do something about this is going to. In fact, they're just trying to cover it up. In fact, our mutual friend who brought you here today, I mean, we've had a handful of discussions about distractions and all the distractions that are going to come to try to take our eye off of the satanic ritualistic abuse that Epstein did, and all of his people that were involved with him.
Right.
And before any of this came out, our friend said, I think it'll be aliens. And then, and then we see former President Barack Obama go on some random podcast and say, oh yeah, aliens are real. And I brought this up. I've been really angry about this stuff, and I went up to our oak tree and did a little rant about it and said, you think this is a coincidence that all of a sudden former president goes on a random podcast that nobody's ever heard of and says that aliens are real, right in the middle of the biggest, most elite pedophile ring in the entire world, while that's being unfolded.
Right.
And then you fast forward about a week, and of course, then President Trump comes out and says something about, what President Obama did was illegal. He shouldn't be talking about aliens. I don't know the exact quote, but he came on and said that. And then I have former guests that have been on the show, some of them that I've been trying to get on the show that haven't come, that are in the alien UFO anonymous activity, realm, and they're saying, oh, look at this. Oh, look, maybe the Epstein stuff is a distraction from the alien UFO. And to me, that is no way. Like, right. I am not taking my eye off of that ball. Don't try to distract me with this bullshit. And I mean, what do you think about that?
I totally agree with you. Actually, for this particular reason, there's kind of a bit of a backstory. So one of the tactics that the demons always use and very often use, is they rarely do a frontal assault on a particular individual. What they'll do is, and this is a diversionary tactic, which being a military man, you would be able to appreciate this. You're over here, you just lob bombs over here, so that people's focus goes over here. And what that does is that gives you the ability to maintain your activity over here and maintain your influence. So the demons will very often, so for example, one of the things that we commonly see is it's a demon of fear that actually drives things like sins against the sixth commandment, pornography, and things of that sort. So you'll drive the person to do that. But the real root problem is a demon of fear. So once you address the demon of fear, then this stuff just clears out. Well, this same type of tactic is actually going on. They want you to not pay attention to what's really going on or what's really in the background, because that's where their vulnerability is, at least in the relationship to the diabolic. So it has that same kind of a complexion. So you've got this situation where the Epstein stuff starts to kind of come to the surface, and then all of a sudden there's this diversionary tactic that's used to get everybody, because now virtually nobody's talking about Epstein. So you just get that diversionary tactic over here, and as you know, the American people have, not a lot of American people have the memory of a goldfish, which is like 11 seconds. So as soon as you've got them looking at this thing, now they're paying attention to this. And of course, the whole alien things, I think, is just a ruse anyway. It's just a way for people to get focused and interested on that. On the other hand, I wouldn't be a bit surprised if the world elite didn't want to use the alien things from the point of view of, if you listen to the people who have been alienly abducted, it's always like the aliens are always telling them, "Oh yeah, we're here to save humanity." Well, that's Jesus Christ's role, not aliens. We're here because human beings can't save themselves, and we're here to basically usher in a new era. Yeah, that's because the elites want to get away from or at least the demons want to get away from Christianity as the ruling ethos that affects, the world cultures, etc. So the very same things that the demons actually want is the same type of stuff that you hear the aliens actually talking about and going into. So for me, it just looks like a diabolic diversionary tactic, not necessarily in the sense that the people that are doing this diversionary tactic, the human beings doing this, are thinking that they're thinking in terms of diabolic necessarily in doing this. Nevertheless, that doesn't mean that the demons can't be using them precisely to that end, because the demons do not want people to become focused on the moral degeneracy, because then they'll start demanding change, and the demons don't want the change. They want this degeneracy because it empowers them.
You mentioned demon of fear.
Yeah.
What is the demon of fear?
Technically speaking, it's actually Beelzebub, which, as you know from your interviews with Dan, it's the Lucifer and Beelzebub and Satan are the same demon, and he's the demon of fear because of the fact that fear is defined as the perception of a future evil over which you cannot overcome. So there's some evil that's coming down the pike. You see it coming, and intellectually, and you can't get away from it. Well, in my dealings with him, he says he lives in Beelzebub says he lives in chronic fear. And the reason he lives in chronic fear, he said, is because, and it's also the same reason why he's exhausted. He spends all this time hyper-focusing on everything that's possibly going on, because he said God broadsides me a lot of times. So a lot of times I'm focusing on this particular thing, and then the next thing I know, I just get broadsided, because they do not have access to the divine economy of grace. They don't know what graces God's going to give to people, and as a result, the demons get taken to the woodshed. And so he's fearful of getting basically beat up in relationship to that. The other part about it is that they have a conscience, and their conscience bothers them. And they also have a sense of shame for what they actually do. They even mention
the demons have a conscience.
Yes.
And they feel shame.
And they feel shame. They know what they've done is wrong. They'll admit as much in session. And that is actually, other than the fact that they don't get to see God, that's their greatest suffering, is this pang of conscience of the evil that they've actually done. Beelzebub's even admitted to me in session that every time he gets someone to fall, he gets a sadistic delight out of it, but it increases his shame in knowing that he's that much lower of an individual for having done that. And so part of their fear, one of their massive fears, is being revealed or found out about their interior lives in relation to human beings. Just as we would, if people found out our deepest, darkest secret, we would feel shame or embarrassed. They have that same thing, but it's even worse for them because of the fact that they know that a final judgment's going to come, where not just at our private judgment when we die, but God's going to assemble everybody at the final judgment. And every evil thing they've ever done will be known by everybody. So they have a tremendous amount of fear. Shame is defined as fear of being perceived as lowly.
That's interesting that they feel shame. So would it be possible for a demon to come to Christ and to
No.
It's not. Once it's in, it's over for eternity.
Yeah, because when they make their choice, well, I should say this, none of their sorrow or even their fear, but none of their sorrow is to a purpose of amendment. They have no intention of getting their act together. So basically when they made their choice, because they were created, when they were first created, the first instance, when they were created into a state of full comprehensive knowing. So they actually knew who they were, what their nature was, because they could actually see their nature. Whereas human beings, we have to infer what human nature is. They could actually see it. By that, they also knew what their assigned task was. God created them for a specific task, a mission, you could say, that they had to do. And that mission determines that means that one angel is actually essentially different from another one because they have a natural law. They have inclinations along that line. So, but then he also created them. He infused all the knowledges of the essences of created things that were going to ever exist. They didn't know the particulars that would unfold over history necessarily, but they did know all the essence. So they know what a tree is, what a human being is. This is why they're so adept at taking people out, because they understand human nature so well. Okay, so they were created in this state, but that means that unlike human beings, we got to wake up and drink some coffee and kind of get our act together before we can actually think anything of any depth, right? Well, not with them. They were instantaneously fully comprehended all of that. They knew what their task was. They knew what the reward would be if they were faithful to that, which would basically get to see him for all eternity and be in eternal happiness. Or they would also know what their eternal punishment would be if they did not do it. That means they had full, absolute comprehension. Now, the reason God cuts us slack as human beings is because we're stupid, right? We are. We're just stupid. And so that's why God's like, okay, you're stupid. And so when we're contrite, it's because our wills aren't fixed. Because when we make a choice, we don't have that full kind of comprehension they did. Mm-hmm. We just later we realize, oh, that was just dumb, right? And so because of our lack of knowledge, we don't have that same level of knowledge where they had full comprehension. Now, St. Thomas says that their will is proportionate to their intellect, which basically means that when their intellect understands something, when they make a choice, it's proportionate to that thing, which meant that when they made their choice of being with God or not, of doing their task or not, they were all in. And that means their will became completely fixed in malice.
Wow.
In fact, it's funny because I actually had a case where this kind of thing came out because I said, okay, so let me get this straight. So you were, I was dealing with this demon. So you were created to have the beatific vision, yeah. And you were created to have this phenomenal task of enlightening people's minds, yeah. And you were created to have all these perfections that would surround that and you'd be able to influence people for the good, yeah. And you knew if you didn't do this, you'd end up in hell for all eternity, yeah, and it would bother you for all eternity, that you would just hate yourself because when they rejected their task, remember their task is who they are. And that means, but they made their choice. It was perfect self-hatred. And you knew you'd hate yourself for all eternity. Yeah. And I said, and you'd do it again? And he said, yeah, I would.
Wow.
And basically what it comes down to is there was a perfection that they saw that they wanted that wasn't part of their particular nature that they wanted. And they had to be willing to sacrifice that in order to have the beatific vision, which is a greater good. So they had to sacrifice the lesser good for the greater good. And they were unwilling to sacrifice that particular thing. So they literally chose a figment of their imagination because they knew they'd never have it. They chose that over reality.
Real quick, back to aliens and anomalous activity. So,
yeah.
I mean, we've talked about it several times, and I believe it too, that all of that stuff is from a spiritual realm.
Yes.
And so what I want to ask is, when we're talking about the elites, when we're talking about the people that are getting us to focus on the distraction,
right,
away from, in this particular example, away from the Epstein files and everything that went on there onto aliens and UFOs. So the people that are in on this, do they know what aliens are, or do they have any knowledge that we don't have, or are their minds being controlled by a demonic force? And so
yeah.
they're carrying out a agenda and they don't even realize it.
I think there's levels. Okay. So some of them are that lower level, which you just mentioned, the last part. Other people actually do know that, yeah, there's nothing out there. This is just and the diabolic. The other thing is some of the elite that are at the top are actually involved in occult activity, and those people know that we're actually dealing with spiritual issues here, or spiritual realities. One of the things that happens, I've never had it because they know I don't buy it. Because demons, they know a lot because they've been watching us for our whole lives, right? So they know what our general patterns are and what we're likely to think and believe. Although they do sometimes throw stuff up just to see if it'll stick. But generally they know it. And so they know I don't buy any of the alien stuff. And so they've never done this to me. But I do know other exorcists where they would, in session, they would actually, once the demon manifested, they would manifest in literally looking like an alien with the eyes and the small mouth and the whole bit turning gray. And they even call themselves gray. And they try and lie to the exorcist by saying, oh, well, we're not angels, good angels, and we're not bad angels. We're not demons. We're kind of in the middle. We're neither good nor bad. No, dude, you're just a demon, right? Because when you start talking to them, it's all that is a diversionary tactic, which they do in the sessions. So just as we're seeing this play out itself on a grander scale in the world with the whole alien thing, they'll try and do that in the session where they're just trying to distract you by something that they know that is not true, but they're hoping you'll believe it's true, because then from there they can manipulate you.
When you say there's different levels, do
Yeah.
you have to pass through each level, or do you just arrive at a level? So, like, if you are in the occult, do
Yeah.
you just arrive at that level where you're doing satanic rituals, or do you graduate?
Some graduate. Some are actually they're trained in this stuff from the very beginning. Sometimes they're actually groomed. They'll watch them in college, or they'll watch them and then they'll introduce them into this through various secret societies and things of that sort. They'll get them into engaging in the occult. There's a few of these people, not many of them, that are actually part of a pedigree or history that extends back to the late 1500s, 1600s, where the occult practices has been in their family lineage literally for 300 to 400 years. And so they're so proficient in the knowledge about how this stuff works and what is actually involved. They know that there's demons and God, etc. And they know that their activity in the occult is getting demons actually involved. They fully know that. In fact, their knowledge of this stuff is almost on the same level as mine. And so they have a full understanding of it, but they're on the side of evil. And so they tend to raise their children generation after generation within that particular occult set of practices.
I mean, where do these people think they go when they die?
Well, they know they go to hell.
Why would you want to go to hell?
Well, because they have a false impression, because the demons will leave this with this, is that if they do a lot of evil in this life, which empowers the demons, then that will give them power when they get to hell. And so when they have that, and they actually believe the exercise of their power in hell will be something that they can then have a kind of a comfortable hell, or it's not going to be as bad because I have all this power. And part of it is that they just have an aversion towards things that are good anyway, and so they don't want to go that route. But they so I'm going to end up in hell, so I might as well get as far as I can. And that's one of the things we're seeing among some of the Satanists now, is that that's why they engage in things like child sacrifice and things of that sort, because they're thinking that once they get to hell, they're going to have all this power. But what they don't realize is that something which Satan himself actually once said to me, because I was noticing something in his behavior, because I wrote 3 books in psychology. So one of the things I just started doing is watching patterns of behavior of these guys, and both as individuals and as general, a lot of demons. And I said to him, I said, your exercise of power in hell is actually painful, isn't it? It's not pleasant. He says, no, I hate it. He says, I use it to keep, to try and protect myself, but I hate it. And so they don't seem to realize that even they might get a certain amount of delight in having all this power in this life, but even if they have it in the next, they'll be miserable. And they don't see it.
They're miserable in this life too.
They are miserable, but they think it's going to be like this life.
Man. Thank you. It's gonna be a heavy interview. So everybody starts off with an introduction here.
Okay.
Father Chad Ripperger, Roman Catholic priest ordained in 1997, theologian, philosopher, and one of the most prominent exorcists in the world. Hold degrees in theology and philosophy from University of San Francisco, masters from University of St. Thomas and Holy Apostles, and a doctorate from did I say that correctly? Pontifical University of the Holy Cross in Rome.
Yeah.
Founded the Society of the Most Sorrowful Mother, also known as the Doloran Fathers, a religious society based in Archdiocese of Denver, dedicated entirely to exorcism, deliverance, and healing. The Thomistic scholar an expert in demonology, angels, spiritual warfare, and the integration of theology with psychology. Author of books including Deliverance Prayers for Us by the Laity, Dominion, the Nature of Diabolic Warfare, and the Introduction to the Science of Mental Health. In your years as an exorcist, you've handled some of the worst cases of diabolic affliction, including full possession. These cases are often referred to you by bishops and other exorcists, literally the worst of the worst.
Generally, that's true.
Well, Father, I'd love to, and I'd be honored to start off in prayer,
Sure.
if you could lead us.
In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Direct, O Lord, all our actions by thy holy inspirations, and carry them on by thy gracious assistance, so that every prayer and work of ours may begin from thee, and by thee be happening through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen.
Father,
Thank you.
Yep.
Look, you can eat clean, train hard, do everything right, and you're still getting exposed to toxins every day. They're in the air, in the water, and inside your house. You can't avoid them. Over time, that toxic load adds up, and it shows up as brain fog, low energy, and just not feeling sharp. That's one of the reasons I use Row Nutrition's liposomal glutathione. Glutathione is what a lot of people call your body's master antioxidant. It helps support your liver's natural detox system and protects your cells from the junk we're exposed to every single day. But here's the issue. Most oral versions get destroyed in digestion, so you're basically wasting your money. Row's glutathione uses liposomal technology. It's built to actually get absorbed. If you're going to take glutathione, take one that works. No sitting in a clinic for hours. You take it at home or on the go and move on with your day. Go to rownutrition.com and use code SRS for 20% off site-wide. That's RHO nutrition.com, code SRS. I got you a couple of gifts here.
Oh, very good.
Actually, 3 of them. First one, Vigilance Elite Gummy Bears.
Oh, very good. Yeah, I like
Made in the
gummy
USA. Everybody gets one.
Mm-hmm.
The next one is a rosary. My friend Dom Razzo makes these. They're called the Warrior Rosary.
Yeah, I know
Actually, I
Dom.
don't think he makes them.
Yeah, I know Dom. I just saw him about 6 weeks ago.
Did you really?
Yeah, gave some conferences with him there. Yeah,
I love
it was
Dom.
all on magnanimity. You know, how to make yourself great in virtue.
He loads me up with those.
Yeah, he's a great guy.
He is.
Solid character.
He is. So I wanted to give you one.
No, thank you very much.
And then lastly, I heard you mention you carry.
I do carry. So
Thought you might want one of those. I got a friend over at SIG. His name's Jason. This is the SIG GTO. Go
very
ahead.
good.
Open it up.
Let's take a look. Yeah, I do actually. Oh, very nice. That is awesome. All metal.
All metal.
I love that.
It's got a compensator up front. It's got their new optic on top. I think it holds 21 rounds.
Wow.
The thing is like butter. You're going to love it.
Well, the good news is at our community, we actually have a range, target range.
Do you really?
Yeah, we do. It needs some development, but we actually have one there.
Perfect.
Yeah, so I'll be able to test this out. In fact, I'll be able to test it out tomorrow.
Right. Right on. Maybe we can break it in today before you leave if we have time.
All right.
But,
well, thank you very much. That's awesome.
You're welcome. And then one last thing before we get into the interview here. I have a Patreon account. It's a subscription account, and we've turned it into quite the community. And they're the reason, honestly, that I get to sit down with you here today.
Right, yeah.
And so they get the opportunity to ask every single guest a question. This is from Justin Larson. From your work in deliverance and exorcism, what are the main areas or institutions, family, education, media, politics, etc., where evil seems to be gaining the most ground in America today without people realizing its demonic influence at work?
That's a good question. I mean, obviously, we're seeing just on the grand scale, like in politics and stuff like that, we're seeing the diabolic stuff pretty clearly. But the place that they're making the biggest headway is, and I should say, if we're talking about a shift that we started noticing about 2 to 3 years ago, where the demons used to not attack and now they're doing a full-blown attack, is on good families. Families that historically led good lives, were doing, raising their kids properly, very often very religious, doing the things that they're supposed to do. Now they're attacking them, which gives us an indicator that they're emboldened. It's either a sign of one or two things. They're emboldened because as the world gets more evil, they get more power. And so they can actually attack fortresses that they used to not be able to attack, or that they would never attack in the past. And so we're seeing that it's specifically an attack on the family. So we're seeing a dissolution, where all sorts of different kinds of problems are actually happening within family lives. Usually it goes in the form of one of the children who they've raised their kids properly. All of a sudden their kids just out of the blue just go off the rails, and they can't seem to get too much done with it. Or it's an indicator that they know their time is short, which I think is also true.
The demons?
Yeah, they know their time is short. They know that God will only tolerate this level of evil that we're seeing in the world for only a certain amount of time. We saw it with the flood. We saw it with the wiping out of Sodom and Gomorrah. He'll only tolerate stuff for so long, and then he says that's enough. And then he basically does a corrective for human beings to correct them and get them where they need to be. And that means, though, the demons, they know that same pattern. They've seen it because they've watched it throughout history. And so they know that once it gets to this level, where, I always tell people, we tend to look down on the people in Sodom and Gomorrah, but I tell them, but at least they weren't trying to marry each other, which makes us worse, frankly, as far as that goes. And the fact that, generally good people just tolerate that stuff and think it's actually okay, because the majority of the public think it's okay for two men to get married, which I think is just an indicator of our insanity. But that all being said, I think they know that the gig is up. God's gonna intervene at some point, just to do the correction. And so that they know the time is short, but then also the amount of power that they actually have. There was a prophecy that St. Francis of Assisi gave back in the 1200s, and he talked about a time which would come in which the demons would have unusual power. And as exorcists, we've noticed that their resilience and ability to take a beating and to hold on to things is on a level that we have, historically we just never saw. And so we know that there's a lot of evil out there that is empowering them to stay where they're at. So, but the primary angle of attack right now is on the family.
Man, the families.
Yeah.
What would the correction be? Is it going to be a correction, or are we approaching end times?
Well, ultimately, we don't really have any certitude. I mean, it could be the type of thing that it's the situation for the Antichrist is just about present. The Antichrist has to be able to rule the world. He's not going to rule through governance. He's going to rule it through economies. And so, even though he'll have control of the governments too, but the Antichrist would actually, when he appears, there has to be a unification of the worldwide economy in order for him, to a degree that's a little bit farther down the road than ours is at this point. So I don't think that he's just immediately around the corner, but I could be wrong. And that the other way that it can actually happen is there's been numerous prophecies by saints, apparitions where Our Lady's appeared, like at Fatima, where 3 children saw her, but then there was a miracle of the sun where 70,000 people saw this miracle that actually happened there. Where, so there's some of those apparitions, she actually talks about the fact that one of them is La Salette, where she said there's going to be a chastisement that's going to come. And that chastisement will be a minor chastisement, but it's going to be the type of thing where, we're going to see infrastructure. God's going to basically allow some type of war or something that's going to happen to such a degree that, it's going to be brutal even for us who are good and who are prepped and ready for it and all of that. It's going to be brutal for everybody.
When you say, I can't remember how you said it, but you said it sounded like you were saying the stage is kind of set.
Yeah.
Almost everything that's happened needs to happen.
Yeah.
What has happened that needed to happen, and what still needs to happen?
Well, before the Antichrist comes, one of the things that we know from the fathers of the church is that there will be a worldwide implosion of people's morality. So, which we've seen, right? So that's happened since the 1950s. There's been an implosion where people just aren't following the laws of God or the natural law in any sense of the term. So we have that. The other part of it is, again, is the unification of the worldwide economies, because he has to be able to basically control people en masse. The other thing is too is it has to be something that the people that are alive, that in order to survive, you have to be able to plug into that economy in some fashion. That's why they talk about the mark of the beast. Well, we're almost there, where they could literally just decide, look, unless you're going to sign off on certain things, you're not going to have access to the digital currency that we're going to enact worldwide, and therefore, because that's how he could rule it. At least that's my opinion. I think that's one of the ways how he's going to control people is through digital currencies, and he's going to just shut people off, and that's how they'll be able to basically starve people out if they're unwilling to sign off on the Antichrist's rules. So it's going to be those kinds of things have, as I mentioned, have come into play.
So we're talking like social credit score.
Yeah, that's right, among other things. The other thing is, too, is we also know that the Catholic Church specifically will have to be at a state where it would have to have gone through a prior weakening crisis, and then it will resurge, and then right before the Antichrist comes, the morals of people will implode, they say, in such a rapid fashion to where this last 50 years will make our heads spin. It'll be that much more rapid. So there's some prophecies that have been fulfilled and some of them that haven't quite been.
When you say good people, I mean, is that everybody? Everybody will be under the influence?
Well, they say that the Antichrist will be so charismatic, and it will be that unless a person has specific graces from God, you're going to easily get sucked into into what he teaches and what he professes, which of course is going to be a rejection of Christ, and he will set himself up as the Messiah, but it'll be a political type of a thing. The other thing that has to happen too once he shows up, of course, the two prophets that are in heaven, the Elijah and Enoch have to return. They're put to death. Because they actually return and preach against him. So those types of things have to happen before Christ actually returns and finally puts him to death.
Do we know what names they'll use?
We don't. You mean as Elijah and Enoch? It'll be clear who they are.
What about the temple?
According to the fathers of the church, at least the ones that I've read, they said the temple will never be rebuilt. And it will never be rebuilt. And the reason being is because, first of all, Julian the Apostate tried to rebuild it, and it was destroyed in the process. Christ actually put an end to the Jewish sacrifice on purpose, because the Jewish sacrifice in the Old Testament was a lead-up or a prefigurement of Christ. And so he gave them one generation in order for them to convert to Christianity. And when they didn't, he put an end to their sacrifice. So technically speaking, there hasn't been practicing Jews in 2,000 years because the temple hasn't been around. They haven't been able to offer sacrifice. Doesn't mean that they don't pray and things of that sort, but they haven't been able to enact their primary religious duties, which is to offer sacrifice. Plus their Levitic line, which is their priestly line, was destroyed. So, but then, and the difficulty is people tend to misinterpret the book of Daniel, which says, when the abomination of desolation takes its seat in the temple. What they don't realize is that is not a reference to the Jewish temple. That's where the Protestants are getting it wrong. So a lot of the Protestants are thinking, oh, well, let's help the Jews rebuild the temple, and then that will usher in, because Christ is going to return, after they think the temple is going to be rebuilt. And then as a result of that, the temple has to be rebuilt in order for the Antichrist to put himself in there. So let's do that so that the Antichrist will come, and then that means that Christ will come, and that's kind of their reasoning behind it. Well, first of all, just getting through the years of the Antichrist is going to be brutal, so I wouldn't be pushing that. But the fathers of the church are very clear that it'll never be rebuilt, and that the reference to the abomination of desolation taking its seat in the temple is actually a reference to the Catholic Church. That's what the fathers say it's a reference to. That there's going to be some way in which the situation in the church will become compromised to such a degree. It doesn't mean that people have to know it, but its essential elements will still remain intact. but that the Catholic Church itself would become compromised in that process.
Jeez. When we're talking about the social critics with the ruling through the economy,
Yeah.
and you had mentioned the mark of the beast. It's just in the past 6 years, I've heard lots of different things that could be the mark of the beast. The first one being the COVID shot.
Yeah.
The next one I've always heard is digital currency. Another one could be Neuralink.
Yeah.
And so what I want to ask is, this is, what are people supposed to do? Let's say that they do usher in the new digital currency, and I'm sure it won't appear to be the mark of the beast. But maybe it becomes more obvious, as time goes on with people holding out. I think about this all the time.
Right.
I have kids, they're small. I have a wife, I have people that depend on me. What are we supposed to do if we can't eat, take care of ourselves, provide for our families? What are we supposed to do?
Well, I think there's
if that's the only way you can survive, what are we supposed to do? Is the head of the family?
Yeah, the way the fathers of the church talk about, though, is they say that the mark of the beast, you can't receive the mark of the beast. So it's supposed to be something that's well, first of all, the mark of the beast is the inversion of what they call the mark of baptism. So when a person's baptized, God infuses a quality in the person's soul, which is a mark. And that's actually why, for example, in the baptism in the Catholic Church, there's a sign in which you actually take chrism and you sign it on the forehead as an indicator of that this person has been consecrated to Christ through his baptism. The mark of the beast is going to be the inversion of that. So it's going to be something in our bodies that is going to be that will give us access to these particular things. Okay.
Like Neuralink.
Like it would be something similar to that, or it could just be something like an RFID chip, which then you'd just be able to walk in and they can scan it. They know who you are and they know that you can have access to the food and things of that sort. It could be the type of thing that they get to the point where you just don't even have to carry credit cards, or even that your bank account will just be linked to this chip that's in you, and because that's how they could actually do it. The thing, though, is that the fathers of the church say that you're not going to be able to get that chip without some type of renunciation of Christ. There's going to have to be some religious thing you're going to have to accept that is contrary to the will of God and contrary to Christ. And so the moral of the story is that you have to be willing to sacrifice the lesser good in order to achieve the greater good. You have to be willing to, I have to follow Christ regardless of the personal cost. Now, God will also very often provide for people. If it's his holy will that people survive that time frame, he'll make it possible for them to do it. The other thing is I've learned, which in the military, you've probably seen this too, the tighter you put your grip on a group of people, the more stuff slips through your fingers. And so I think that type of thing, there will be ways in which people will be able to survive. But I think they also have to be smart about it and actually learn just basic survival skills, learn how to fend for themselves just based on nature and things of that sort. But I think it's going to become extraordinarily difficult, especially with the way the technology is getting, to be able to even evade detection.
I think so too.
Yeah.
I think about this all the time.
Yeah.
One more question. I've always heard about the golden calf.
Mm-hmm.
How does that play into the end?
Well, obviously the difficulty with the golden calf in the Old Testament is that they basically created a god of their own making, and so this is the same type of thing that you're going to see in relationship to the Antichrist. He will basically ensconce himself as the one to whom we are to worship. The difficulty with the Antichrist, of course, is he's going to be perfectly possessed by Satan. And he will be endowed with by perfect possession. Satan will be the one in the driver's seat, so that we'll be dealing with somebody who will be endowed with Satan's intelligence. And as a result of that, it's going to be extraordinarily difficult intellectually to combat this guy without specific graces from God.
Okay. Thank you. Let's move into the outline here.
All right.
So let's start with the 7 forms of diabolic activity.
Yeah. So I propose that as a kind of a topic in the sense that I think a lot of people are unaware of the fact that there's 7 different kinds of diabolic influence. The first is infestation, where they infest houses or locations, inanimate objects, animals, as we see in Scripture, where they
Animals.
yeah, where they and we see that where Christ is about to kick them out of the demoniac, and they said, let us go into the pigs, and so they go in, they possess the pigs, and then they run the pigs. Of course, they can't help but destroy them. They run them into the sea there, so they can actually possess inanimate objects and things, and so that's pretty common. Not a whole lot, but a fair amount of my work is actually going and cleaning up places where evil things have occurred and the demons have gotten their foot in the door. And so we have to, exorcise the place and clean it out. So there's a fair amount of that we actually have to do. And then the next one is ordinary diabolic influence. This is what everybody suffers. It's ordinary temptation. And the primary way that they tempt us is by putting stuff in our imaginations. So they'll put not just the image, but they can also put the perspective on the image. So an example I often use is, a wife wants to make her husband breakfast in bed because it's his birthday. And so she comes in, he's laying in bed, it's 7:00 in the morning. She comes in and says, "Dear, what time are you going to get up?" Because she's trying to time it in order to get this. And then what the demons do is once he hears that, what time are you going to get up, the demons can then they can skew the perspective on the thing. They can jade our perceptions of people and of things, and they do that. And then what he hears or thinks he hears, what he judges in that situation by their skewing his perceptions is she just thinks you're lazy. Right. Rather than, and this is how they can actually destroy relationships. This is how and that in fact, in marriage, this is one of the ways that we're seeing as we're talking about families. That's always their first attack. They have to separate people psychologically first before they're ever going to get them to divorce. They have to separate them psychologically. And the way they do that is by skewing their perceptions. And then they can also move our emotions too. So they can kind of increase our emotional responses to things or cause emotions. And then as a result, it affects our judgment. So that's ordinary temptation.
Just go back to diabolic infestation. I mean, we talked about demonic influence on animals and humans. What about houses and buildings?
Yeah, houses. So I do a fair amount of exorcism of buildings. A lot of office buildings more recently, especially buildings where charitable activities are being done. People are just getting hammered. So like places that are working against abortion or like there's one that I've been working with from time to time. They're actually trying to do a Catholic version of hospice where they're just not offing people, that overdosing and killing them to get rid of them. They're actually letting them go through a normal process of death. They're getting attacked. So, but houses too, usually there's, evil that's occurred in the location or in the house itself, which has resulted in the demons getting into the house. And then that's when you start seeing, stuff moving around and things like that in the house.
So the opening for a demon to enter a human, a building, a house, an animal, maybe not an animal, is sin. Correct?
That's correct. So it's either the particular person's sin. So a lot of people, about 50% of the people that come to us that are possessed, it's because of the sin that they committed. Or the other 50% is because sin has been committed against them. In locations, it's because somebody has done something particularly evil in a location, and as a result, the demons have gotten their foot in the door there. And so you have to go in. Sometimes finding out the history of the house can be very helpful, but you'll have to exorcise the place in order to get the demons out.
What are the most common sins they enter through?
Primarily occult activity, which we're starting to see a rise in. People engaging in witchcraft and Satanism and things like that in a particular location. Sometimes it can be something just as simple as one location that I had to address or deal with was it was a former lockdown for teenagers who had literally lost their minds. And so they would drug them up and put them in this place. And what got in there was, because of the things that were being done in that particular location, was a demon of flight. So you would walk in there and you'd get attacked like, I got to get out of here, was what people would explain. I just got to get out of here. And but the local bishop cleaned that place up pretty quick and without too much fuss. There was another building where it was a demon of anger had gotten in there, but it was connected to heavy pornography use in that particular location. But it was a demon of anger that got in. And so that took a little bit. And actually, that case was the first time I ran across what we call temporary possession, where the demon, the infestation in the location was so at such a level that he could actually attack people and actually quasi-manifest through individuals. And so you could literally stand, if everybody in the building was sitting in the same room, you could just look around the room and actually see there he is. And then, 10 minutes later, you see it's attacking this person over here. And it was just anger. You could just see the anger, their complexion would change and everything. So you could see him going from location to location, or from person to person. And that's actually one of the ways that we detected him, and we were actually able to. I don't know if I never was actually put on that case. I just noticed the detection and knew about it. I did a quasi-diagnostic of it, but it was. I don't know if it was ever gotten out of there. I don't know if they ever addressed it. So they get into buildings and stuff. I was actually in a hotel once where that. Didn't notice it when I first walked in, but then when I went to get to bed, the level of attack in that particular case was on the same level that it was in that building where the demon of anger and flights were. It was on that same level where the attack was so strong. And so I did do some prayers and some stuff to kind of keep my own particular room protected. I was able to sleep through the night. But because I don't know who the owners are, I could have done an exorcism over the whole place, but the problem with that is that the more stout the demon is, usually you have to go from room to room and exorcise every single nook and cranny of the place to make sure you get him out. So, which I've also had to do even in rectories, where bad things have happened in the rectories, and so you have to go in and clean it out.
Are there any specific sins you see them go through more than others?
The demons?
Demons.
Well, the sins they like to gravitate towards the most, because they're the easiest to get human beings to fall into, are the sins against the sixth commandment, like fornication, masturbation, pornography, those types of things. Those are the ones that they tend to like to use because they're so easy to get us to fall into. And then from there, they'll graduate people to other sins and get them into stuff that's even more disordered.
What about lies? I mean, I see people that lie. I've lied. Mm-hmm. I think everybody's lied at some point. Yeah. But I always wind up coming clean, and I always feel better when
right.
I mean, I do it right here on my show. I'll tell people all kinds of ridiculous, horrible shit that I've done. But to me, it feels like a confession.
Yeah.
In some ways, it feels better than confession, because nobody can hold that against me because I've already confessed. That's the way I feel, at least.
Yeah.
I've confessed publicly.
Yeah.
I did this. I'm fucked up, and now I feel better.
Right.
I see people who maybe I'm not necessarily friends with, but I know I'm associated with, who are living a lie. Mm. And some of these people have enormous audiences, just huge audiences. Lots of people know them, and they just continue to live the lie.
Right.
And you can feel the misery.
Yes.
You can see it. You can feel it. You know that their entire life is miserable.
Yep, that's right. Demons do actually drive that type of thing. There's a line in scripture, I said in my excess, all men lie. Okay. Well, not all men lie, but we're seeing it in our world and our culture now, which I'm sure you're experiencing this too, or just in the observation. You can't watch 5 minutes of the mainstream news media without knowing I'm being lied to here, right? I mean, in fact, I've told people that the mainstream news media lies so habitually, you can't even trust literally anything they say, good, bad, or ugly. And so, when they report on something, okay, maybe something's happening there, but it may not be the way they're reporting it, et cetera. But it's in all the years I've been an exorcist, having a possession where it's authentically Satan is pretty rare. Now, there's demons that call themselves Satan, and they'll refer to themselves as that, but they're not actually Satan. I've only had one case where I actually thought, no, this guy is this guy's Satan, because I beat this guy ruthlessly during a session for 3 days, and he didn't tell the truth once, even when it would go better for him. And we see this even in human beings. They'll lie even when the truth sounds better, right? So you just tell the truth. But this guy, no, he was so wed to actually lying. And of course, Christ said he was a liar and a murderer from the beginning. He was a liar from the beginning because of the fact that he basically lied to all the other angels that if you follow me, I will give you X, Y, and Z. He knew he could never give them X, Y, and Z. He couldn't give them anything. And so that was the lying part. And then, of course, the murder part was he wanted to murder our Lord and our Lady because he wanted to subvert God's plan of our redemption. So, but you're seeing as the world becomes more diabolic, you see people becoming more mendacious. They just lie they're just on a consistent basis. I think we see that type of thing too with, we see it like with stolen valor and things like that, where guys claiming they've had this, that, or that experience when they haven't.
How do you get rid of them though? If you're lying, if you're living a lie, and a demon enters through that, or you're addicted to pornography or masturbation or whatever,
right,
and that's how the demon enters.
Yeah.
If you stop that, if you come clean on the lie and you confess, if you stop masturbation, if you stop pornography, if you stop addiction,
right,
does that clean yourself out?
So there's different levels. So how much influence a demon has is by degree. So that's why there's different kinds of possession. You can have possession where it's very deep and it's going to be a long grind. And then you have stuff that the demon does possess him, but it's pretty light and you can kick him out pretty quick. Well, it's the same thing in relationship to this. So you can, sometimes if people just stop the activity, then what you'll find is that then the demon just doesn't have anything to use or use against you. And this is something that we actually find very consistently, like in families. So for example, if we tell the guy, quit being effeminate and man up and actually be the head of your household, and tell the wife, submit in a rightly ordered and a loving fashion in relationship to what Christ intended for you. Do that. Just establish that right order. So stop the sinning of usurpation on her part, and you stop the sinning of capitulating your authority. You guys just stop that. Then what we find is that 80% of the time that just clears the demons out because they have nothing to use with. It's the same thing in our own personal lives. So in relationship to things like lying and that type, if you just stop, that's going to help. The other thing that can be very helpful is just making a renunciation. I renounce the demon of lying. I renounce the demon of X. And when people do that, and in fact, if a demon still has an influence in that area, they'll very often find that they'll either be blocked in being able to make the renunciation, or they'll find making the renunciation very difficult. But once they make the renunciation, it will break the back of his power in relationship to them. And so then they can combat him just by growing in the virtue of truthfulness. And then eventually it'll get him out.
Do people come to this realization themselves, or are they guided to renunciation?
The renunciation, usually they have to be guided. Rarely do you find people, once in a great while, you'll see people say, I'm sick of this. I don't want this in my life anymore, or something to that effect. And so then then it'll kind of stop. There's a couple of other areas. Sometimes demons can get so far into a person's life because of their sinfulness that, they have to come to an exorcist to get it cleaned up. It just depends on the level. Sometimes, too, if people just develop a certain kind of discipline in that particular area, that will break the demon's back. In the Catholic sphere, what we have is when people go to confession, if they confess the particular sin that the demon has a hold on them, when the priest gives absolution, the legal binding force of the sin over the individual is absolved. That's why Christ said, whoever sins you retain, they shall be retained. And whoever sins you forgive, they shall be forgiven. So when they go to confession, what it does is that it breaks the legal bond that the demon has in relationship to the person by the absolution of the priest. And so we've actually had people liberated from possession just by going to confession and giving them absolution. We've also had cases where it protracts and we can't seem to get the demon out. And then eventually you'll get out of the demon, what is keeping you here? And they'll say, it's this one unconfessed sin over there. And so the person's like, I totally forgot about that. They go to confession, and once the priest gives absolution, boom, then they're freed. So it just depends on the on the level or the degree of the diabolic influence.
Okay. I used to carry one of those bulky leather wallets that felt like I was sitting on a brick all day. Cards falling out, receipts stuffed everywhere. It was a mess. Switching to Ridge completely changed that for me. The design is slim, modern, and it holds up to 12 cards, plus cash without stretching out or getting bulky. It's made from premium materials like aluminum, titanium, and carbon fiber, so it actually feels solid, not flimsy. And they've got over 50 colorways, so you can really pick something that fits your style. All Ridge wallets come with RFID blocking technology, which gives me peace of mind knowing I'm protected from digital pickpocketers. Plus, they have over 100,000 five-star reviews and a lifetime warranty. This is literally the last wallet you'll ever have to buy. Right now, Ridge is having their once-a-year anniversary sale. Get up to 40% off at ridge.com to see their huge sale. After you purchase, they'll ask where you heard about them. Please support our show and tell them our show sent you. Again, that's their once-a-year anniversary sale. Get up to 40% off at ridge.com. Don't miss it. Dolor.
So that is, it's a Latin word which means basically pain. And so basically this is where demons attack people physically. Now there's two kinds of people that get attacked physically. There's those who are possessed or have oppression, which we'll talk about here in just a minute. And that's because there's something in their life that needs to get cleaned up. But then the dolor only happens to people who are very saintly, very holy. So like Padre Pio would get physically beaten by Satan and drug around the room and things of that sort. You'd also see the Saint John Vianney, the same thing happened to him. Paul of the Cross. That's some of the authors in the past say that that's actually what St. Paul was referring to when he prayed to God 3 times to take away this demon, and Christ said, "My grace is enough for you," which is important because people who suffer that, exorcism isn't going to help. All they have to do is pray and rely on God's grace to get through those particular moments, and God allows it for the humiliation of the demon, even though the demon just wants to take it out on the person because they hate people who are holy. But he'll allow it so that the demon gets humiliated by the person's faithfulness. And then he also uses it for the person themselves to advance in holiness and self-detachment and things of that sort. So it's rare. I've never seen an authentic case of it myself. I've only read about them.
Oppression.
So oppression is attacking people in relationship to their externals. It's an attack from the outside. So this includes things like destroying their finances, both their inflows. They can block people's, getting paid when they're supposed to be getting paid. They can block or they can cause damage to their property and things like that. So they're just hemorrhaging money all over the place, even though they shouldn't be. They can also attack their property to where, like one family that I've worked with in the past, it wasn't until we discovered that there was this demon in the actual property, and we found out who was getting him there, that he actually, that it was the demon in the property that was causing them all their appliances. They would just go through appliances and get a brand new refrigerator. Within a month, boom, it's shot. Their stove would go out. The washing machines and stuff like that, they would just destroy. He was destroying everything. It can also affect their relationships. So this is why we'll see people all of a sudden, they might have a fantastic marriage, and then they might be cursed by somebody, and then all of a sudden, boom, the oppression sets in, and then all of a sudden things are just miserable between the two, and a lot of times they can't necessarily pin it on what either one of them actually did, but they'll destroy people's relationships.
What do you mean cursed by somebody?
So somebody can actually do a ritual, which is like basically an offering to Satan, or do something to empower the demons to come and afflict a particular individual.
A human being can do that?
Yes, they can.
Is that common?
It's common enough to where I see it about 3 or 4 times a year where people have been cursed. It's becoming more common now because more people are getting involved in Satanism and witchcraft. So as that tends to get worse, oppression, and that's one of the, because we keep statistics. the amount of oppression is drastically on the rise because of the increase in the involvement in the occult. And
I mean, how do you defend against that? You would you know? Is there any way to know if somebody on earth is cursing you?
Well, the way that you're going to usually know it is that that it's probably a curse, is that nobody in the family has done anything sinful to bring the oppression on, because oppression can also be caused by sinful behavior. One of the primary ways that we see an increase in oppression is guys watching pornography that's been cursed, and then they bring that into their family, and then because and then they suffer the oppression for having watched this stuff that's been cursed. But the way that you
Hold on. Sorry.
Yeah.
You mean they actually curse the content that they're watching?
Yeah. So what happens is it was the Satanists in the 30s, 40s, and 50s that taught the people in Hollywood that if you curse the master copy, all of the subsequent copies made from that will bear the curse, and it can influence people. That was then also taught to the people in the music industry, and the reason they were doing it is to boost the addictive effect of the music. This is why, I don't know if you've ever experienced this, you'll walk into some like Walmart or something, not that I would recommend it, but you go into Walmart and there's playing some tune, and you come out and you can't get that tune out of your head. So then what I would do is, when I would notice that, I would just say a short binding prayer against any demon causing that in, and boom, it would stop. So they also taught this, though, that gets the Hollywood people then talking to the people, because one of the epicenters of pornography production is in California. So they taught them to curse this as well. They taught the Satanists taught them to curse this, and it'll make the pornography more addictive. And so that's why you see that. It's one of the reasons why it's more, there's an uptick in it. The curse, depending on the particular individual, can have varying degrees of the influence as a result of that. So we see a lot of people that have oppression as a result of watching this cursed pornography. We're also seeing obsession, which we'll talk about here in a minute. But once in a while, you'll see people actually become possessed. So I knew one case, it wasn't my particular case, because I do a lot of consultation with exorcists, where this guy had watched a piece of pornography and became possessed as a result of it. When this exorcist got him into the session and got the demon to tell him what was the cause of the possession, he said pornography. So then he asked the guy, did you watch pornography? He said, yeah, I did. And he said, well, what happened? He said, I don't know. I said, all I know is that once I watched that piece of pornography, I became completely obsessed with the woman that was in the pornography. And so I spent all my time trying to find her in all the other forms of pornography that I could find where she had acted in it. And so, and he'd become possessed as a result of it. So the curse can actually have its effect. Now, the way curses normally work is there has to be a vulnerability on our part for the curse to actually take place. And that can be anything from, you're committing some seriously sinful act, and that's your opening door, and the demon gets in from the curse. Or it can also be some minor defect that we particularly have, like, or some failing that we did. I actually, speaking of curses, I actually had one of the exorcists that trained me asked me to take a look at this one case, and he said, she's possessed. And I said, okay, well, I'll go talk to her, because he said he couldn't get to her. So I went, and when I saw her, I said, yeah, she's possessed. It's pretty clear. She's getting occult knowledge but she likes it. So I told her, look, I can't help you. Unless you're willing to cut bait with these demons, I can't help you. So she says, no, I still want him. So I said, okay, well, if you change your mind, I'll be willing to help. Well, I left. The next day I came down with the worst case of gout I've ever come down with in my entire life. I could not. A week later, usually if I got gout when I was younger, I would just cut out dairy, and then boom, it would go away. Well, there was no change in this thing. I even took those pills that take out the uric acid, no change. Then it just dawned on me, I wonder if this woman, a week later, if this woman didn't curse me. So I did a minor exorcism over myself, and boom, it was gone. So I called the exorcist that had trained me, and he didn't answer. 2 weeks later, he calls me, he says, oh, I would have gotten back to you, but I have had the worst case of gout I've ever had in my entire life. I said, let me guess, right foot, big toe. He says, yeah, how did you know? I said, dude, you were cursed. And so What was the vulnerability? The vulnerability is anytime I do this work, I always make sure that there's a prayer of protection I say before I do that. And I had failed to do that when I went in to talk to this lady. And that left me unprotected when I walked in. I just walked in thinking, well, I can talk to her and size this up without having to depend on Christ for my protection. Not that was consciously going on, but that was the upshot of it. A year later, another priest called me and says, I think she's had a change of mind. Would you talk to her? I said, yeah, I'll talk to her. But this time when I went in, I said a prayer of protection. I asked St. Michael to protect me. And then I said a prayer which was taught to me by an exorcist, which was, Jesus, if this person tries to curse me, I ask you that if it's your holy will, it be sent back from whence it came. But in either case, keep me protected. So I said that prayer. Walk in, talk to her. She still wants the occult knowledge that she was getting. I gave her the same story. Can't help you. If you change your mind, let me know. I left. A week later, nothing had happened. And then I asked, so I called up the priest and said, well, what happened? And he said, well, just after you left, she ended up in the hospital. Which tells you two things. This is one of the reasons why people who are very high up in the occult arts, generally speaking, do not like getting involved in cursing other people because they know they can become subject to the curse that they do. The second part of it is that that Christ hears our prayers. He honored that prayer.
Would you say the occult, is there a difference between the occult and Satanism?
Well, cult is more of a genus. The species would be like specific kinds of witchcraft or specific kinds of Satanism. Okay.
And when we're talking about, when you had brought up the 30s, 40s, and 50s in Hollywood.
Yeah.
And then that cursing the content. And then they taught the music industry and they taught the porn industry.
Right.
I mean, that just makes me think of Disney.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, as we know.
Just about every kid in the country watches Disney.
Yeah.
Watched Disney. I grew up watching Disney.
Yeah.
And I mean, I know it's real. I mean, I remember, I don't know, probably in my 20s, everybody started talking about the cover of The Little Mermaid and how there was a penis as one of the towers.
Right,
and there was something in Aladdin that spelled sex, and one of the guys got an erection, and there's all these little parts in these movies that have some type of perversion to them.
Yes.
Is that a curse? What is that?
Well, actually, the technical term that we tend to use for that is called the revealing of the method. I don't know if you've ever heard of that.
I haven't.
Basically, it basically means that it can be connected to a curse. They could curse this so that it has a more, so that its distribution becomes more extensive and more people watch the thing. But a lot of times what that is that the thing about Satanists, and also even though it's occult in the fact that it's hidden, there's a side to diabolic psychology that even when they remain hidden, they still want to show themselves in some way. They're still going to reveal themselves in something. They can't help it. And it's the same thing you see. It's the same thing you see with Satanists. It's the same thing you see with Freemasons when they're involved in certain things. It's the same stuff you see across the board in these particular groups. And so they just tend to reveal stuff. But their hope is to, even in the revealing, that you don't know. There's a sadistic delight they get out of basically putting it to you without you even knowing it.
How much of the country or the world, I mean, is this affecting? So many people watch.
Oh yeah, I think it's
listen.
Yeah, I think it's affecting just large percentage of the population. Somebody once asked me, what percentage of the adult population is diabolically obsessed, and I had to think about it a little bit. And then the number that came to me was about 25% of the adult population in this country, at least, is diabolically obsessed. So I asked several other exorcists without giving them my number, and they all came up with the same number. About 25% of the adult population is diabolically obsessed in our culture. So it's having a huge impact. Part of the other difficulty is that most people don't realize is that if something's been cursed, or if there is something evil in a particular movie, or in a video or something of that sort, or even in an audio, each time it's played, it's offensive to God. And as a result, the demons gain empowerment through it. So if you have a sex scene in a movie, if it's replicated on a million screens, God's offended every single time that thing appears on any screen. And so that really does gain the demon's power. And this is one of the reasons why the demons will do everything they can to maintain immorality in certain areas, usually in the areas of the Sixth Commandment, or as we were talking about pedophilia, which is really empowering to the demons, especially when the pedophilia involves killing a child in ritualistic sacrifice. The demons they really gain a certain amount of power of that. And then they also gain power just out of our sinfulness and things of that sort. But this is how they become empowered through those particular things.
You had mentioned the woman that you were talking about earlier. She had occult knowledge.
Yeah.
That the way you made it sound, it just appeared in her mind.
Yeah, that's right.
Like a download or something.
Right.
What is that? What is occult knowledge?
It's basically demons can feed people two kinds of information. So occult knowledge is of two kinds. The first is they can just put an image in your imagination about what's happening in another location. If a demon is putting a thought in someone's head, they can actually put the thought in someone else's head and tell this person, this is what this guy's thinking. So you see that somewhat commonly. So they can give us particular knowledge about things that are actually happening. Then this can be even through a person's history. So they can, you walk in and all of a sudden, if the person is possessed, they can start, the demons will just, if they're manifested, they'll start telling you about things that have happened in your history and you've never even met this person. So it deals with particular knowledge. The other kind is,
Could that be the other side as well?
in what sense?
Could the good side, could God send somebody to read your mind?
Yes, they can. It's called divine revelation. That can happen, but it's extraordinarily rare. And just as the demons can put stuff in our minds, our guardian angels and angels can put stuff in our minds as well for the good, to kind of clue us in and things of that sort. The other form is kind of a generalized knowledge of it's like a science. So demons can actually teach people things about how like physical things work. I'm personally convinced that even though I'm kind of a fan of a lot of his work, is Tesla. When Tesla was coming up with all these ideas, I'm like, how would this guy come up? And he actually describes how his inventions would come into his mind the design all complete at once, instantaneously. It wasn't that he thought, okay, if I do this and I put this together and put this, it wasn't that. It was just the whole thing comes together in his mind. That's how demons actually communicate the knowledge to him. And there is some report, I'm still trying to track down the veracity of it, but there's a report that he was actually involved in spiritualism, which is a form of the occult. So, but anyway, so they can give us those kinds of knowledge. And you see this like in cases in session, people who have not had any serious theological training, when the demons are talking, they're making theological distinctions that, someone who has my level of study knows, but the person who's possessed has no clue what it means. In fact, sometimes they'll come out of the session and they're like, what does that mean? They don't even know what it means, but it's actually very, it's at a level that and it's very clear and it's very precise, and their distinctions, their wording is done in such a way that you realize, okay, this is somebody who knows something occultly. This is not a human being.
Obsession.
So obsession is when they attack our interior faculties, specifically the imagination and emotions again. But unlike ordinary temptation, this is extraordinary, where it's very powerful and very strong. And the pattern that you'll tend to see with that is the person it'll just switch on and it just switches off. If it's a psychological condition, it will tend to be, it'll switch on because something external happens and the person just reacts to it. Or it'll be because psychological illnesses involved intellectual and other kinds of habits, it's consistent and it tends to act that way. So the person's always thinking about this. Whereas when it's diabolic obsession, all of a sudden, boom, they're thinking about something. They can't get their mind off of it. And then, they might pray or they might do something else, and then boom, it shuts off. And so that's kind of the pattern that you tend to see. It'll switch on and it switches off. But it's the demon sees the person's imagination and they can't think outside the box. It's like they get tunnel vision and everything they see is seen in that light. Then they can also move people's emotions independently of what's in our imagination, because the way we're designed psychologically is our emotions are moved by the perspective of the image that we have in our imagination. So, for example, in a guy's first marriage, his perspective on his wife is she's lovable, she's nice, she's kind to me. It's a good perspective, right? She's just, look, she brought my beer, she's such a great wife, etc. 10 years later, after they've had a lot of knockdown, drag-out fights, the perspective, she hasn't changed, but the perspective has changed. And so he has a different emotional reaction when she walks into the room. So and that's how we can actually change our emotional states just by what the perspective we take on it. Well, the demons can put that perspective on it, but what they can, and they can do that in diabolic obsession, which they often do. And we call it running commentary, where it doesn't matter what the person tries to reason in relationship to, and I don't know, this person's not like that way. Yeah, but then the demon just keeps dragging it back to that perspective. But the other thing is they can move the emotions without anything in the imagination. So a person just all of a sudden, boom, they're just angry. And you're like, why are you angry? I don't know. I don't know why I'm mad, right? And then it shuts off just as quickly. So sometimes like you pray over people who are diabolically obsessed. When you pray over them, all of a sudden they feel this lifting of that perspective and that emotional state. They just feel it lift. And then they seem liberated. And then eventually it'll kind of set back in. In most cases, once in a while, it'll stop altogether. But how entrenched the obsession is or how strong it is going to determine how long of a period of lucidity they're going to have. So if you pray over them and then, for a half a day, they're like, man, I feel great. I'm not thinking about this anymore, and they can engage in normal things. And then it starts to slowly slip back in. Well, then that tells you it's pretty strong. Whereas if it goes a week or two and then it sits back in, then that means it's pretty light. And you just have to do certain things to get it blown out.
Does that mean it leaves and comes back, or is it still in there?
So the way obsession works is that there's what they call a period of crisis and a period of lucidity. So once a person is diabolically obsessed, unless they do specific spiritual things to get rid of it, it's going to persist where they're going to go through periods of crisis where they're obsessing about these particular things. They can't get their mind off. It can be anger or fear, or it can be anything, self-loathing. It can be all sorts of things. Or even, that's why self-hatred, I tell people, look, that's what demons do. You got to stop it, But then there's also, then they go through a period of lucidity where they might have a day or two where they feel fine again and they seem okay, and then it sets back in. And so that's the general pattern you're going to see. The longer it goes on, they're going to spiral downwards, and it's going to get worse and worse and worse. And eventually it gets to the point where they don't have hardly any periods of lucidity. And it's usually at that point that the demons will drive them to do something in that obsession. And the person's become weaker through that process of giving into it and ruminating about it, because each time they give into the thought, they're empowering the demon to stay there. So over the course of time, it gets to the point where the person, excuse me, spirals downward, and then demons will convince them to do something that's gravely sinful, and that opens the door to possession, and that's their goal.
Possession.
Okay, so possession is where demons actually take possession of a part of the body or the whole. And so there's two kinds of possession. There's perfect possession, where the person has given themselves over to the demon entirely, and then the demon possesses the whole body, and the demon is manifested all the time. Now, we don't necessarily notice that, and we can't necessarily tell. The way you're going to know it is by what we call secondary signs of possession, like malice, mendacity, animus delendi. It doesn't matter. Every time this person got that, there was a politician who, every time I saw this guy, I said, this guy's got to be possessed, because every single thing he did maximized damage within his capacity to do so. Right. And so you'll see those kinds of things, even though they don't preternaturally manifest, like they're not going to morph into something or show occult knowledge or any type of thing. Everywhere and in each situation they're in, they just cause damage or cause difficulties. Mendacity, just a variety. So there's a number of different secondary signs. But But that's perfect possession, which is rare. And the exorcists never see those because those people are not interested in getting liberated because they actually like the possession because the demon's giving them something as a result of a little perk for it.
So they realize they're possessed. They
Yes, because
understand that they're.
yes, they know because at a certain point he reveals himself to him and says, if you give me possession or give me your soul or whatever the case is, then I will give you X in return for it. And then the person, by that time, though, perfect possessions don't happen until the person has gotten to the point where they've given into the normal possession for some time. So that's perfect possession. Then there's partial possession, and that's where the demons only possess a part of the body, and they'll only manifest during part of the time. And so the demon's not necessarily in the driver's seat all the time. And so they go through periods of crisis and lucidity as well. And so those are the different kinds of possession. And possession is, you can have a number of different possessors in a case. Sometimes you get just one demon possessing. Sometimes you'll get legion. I've had a case where it was actually legion. I'm like, yeah, I can see it because this woman was a walking vacuum cleaner. It didn't matter who she was around. She picked up that person's diabolic baggage. But then it can also be, as I mentioned, they're all different kinds of possessors. Be Satan, Lucifer, Beelzebub, Baal, the generals, which we talked about or mentioned. It can be just a number of different ones of them. And then also possession is by degree. And so you can have somebody who might be possessed by a fair number of demons, but you can get them out pretty quickly. Others might just be one or two possessors, but you have to grind on it for a long period of time.
When we're talking about the occult and satanic rituals and worshiping, and are these people, are they possessed? Are they hoping to be possessed? They want to be possessed? Are they inviting demons into their soul, into their mind, into their body?
Yeah. Okay. So there's varying degrees. Some of them are not actually. They're actually not possessed. They're just involved in it because the demons do reward them, like by obsession or by giving them pleasure in doing sadistic things, and so they're not necessarily possessed. Some of them are possessed, and that's why they're actually involved in it, and they know they're possessed. Some of them, as I mentioned too, there's like the family histories where it's in the family line. So the possession, actually, the father will actually have children and then do a ritual to get the demon that's possessing him into the child, so that it passes from generation to generation. So they'll have generational possession that's been going on for literally hundreds of years in some cases. And so those people, they know they're possessed, and they like it.
So is that like generational trauma?
Well, it's distinct from generational trauma in the sense that generational trauma is something that gets passed from generation to generation, but it's more of a psychological thing, even though demons can be involved in it. But you can have generational trauma without it being possession. But the possession can be the result of the trauma.
So when you're saying a father does a ritual on his offspring to carry on the possession,
right?
What would that look like?
Well, very often it's just some type of either like a black mass or some type of other satanic ritual that they actually have, because they have a variety of different ones that they do. Sometimes it just involves satanic ritual abuse of their own child. They'll abuse the child sexually or some other fashion. So you'll see that they'll do specific things to rituals that are somewhat designed for it. But it's usually some type of black mass or satanic ritual abuse that occurs.
Did you say black mask?
Black mass.
Black mass. And so if it's sexual in nature or something horrific like that, I would imagine that creates a hatred between the father and the son, or the father and the daughter.
Yes, it does, Jeremy. Yeah.
And so how would that get carried on? Do they teach them later in life, this is what you have to do to your kids? How does it get paid forward?
Oh yeah, they do. Just as you would teach your kids about Christ and give them catechesis about this is how this is what we believe about Christ, this is how you behave. They do the same thing, except in relationship to their occult practices and Satan. So they do the same thing.
Why would that person want to carry it forward, though?
Because of the fact that usually during that process, they'll teach them rituals which empower them in relationship to other people or other things, or especially with the boys, not so much with the girls. Very often what will happen is that they'll teach the boys how to engage in satanic ritual abuse, which is sexual in nature, and the boys physically enjoy it, and so they'll have that motivation. So there can be natural motivations. Two, once the possession occurs, the demons will drive the person to want to know more about it.
Okay. And then the last one, subjugation.
So subjugation is when people make a pact with the devil, which, if I remember right, when Dan said, demons can't make a pact, technically speaking. A pact is a contract. In order to validly enter into a contract, you have to be able to have assurance that the other person, that both parties can fulfill the terms of the contract. Well, demons can't guarantee that they can actually give you the terms of the contract, because of the fact that even though we can do something sinful and that opens the door, only God, Christ, is the one who determines whether they can step across the threshold. And the way we know this is actually, again, going back to that where the demoniac has legion and they ask to go into the pigs. The demons know Christ, because Christ himself said, all authority has been given to me on heaven and earth, right? They know that they can't do anything without his permission. And that's why the demons approach him and say, let us go into the pigs. Because if they could do whatever they wanted, they would have just went into the pigs. They wouldn't even have asked him. But they didn't. They knew that he determines anything that they can do. Their spiritual warfare, the battle, the complexion of spiritual warfare is entirely determined by Christ. How much, who can possess somebody, the degree of the possession, what kinds of manifestations they can do, all those things, Christ completely determines. Even in relationship to ourselves, the types of temptations that we undergo and that type of thing, Christ is the one who determines what the temptation can be, the degree of the temptation, how long it's going to go on, etc. So they can't step across the threshold unless he gives them permission. It's the same. So in a pact with the devil, they know that they don't know if Christ is going to give them permission. Now, sometimes he does give them permission to fulfill the terms of the contract. Sometimes he doesn't. And so one case I had, the possessor was the noonday devil, which is mentioned in Psalm 91. So that you have this guy was possessing this particular person. And so at a certain point, I asked the guy, well, how did you, how do you think you became possessed? He said, oh, I made a pact with the devil. I said, well, what was promised you? And he said, money and fame. And I said, well, did you get it? No. I said, well, that's because they can't necessarily give it to you. Whereas other people have made pacts with the devil and have become famous and have become rich, etc. And so that subjugation, though, is when the person enters into a pact with the devil, and in order to end the subjugation, not the effects of the subjugation, but the subjugation itself, they just have to renounce the pact. But the effects can continue, because you can have people who renounce the pact, but then the effects of the pact continue. So the possession continues, or the diabolic influence in their family continue. This is the thing that we tend to see quite a bit in relationship to the Freemasonic curse. They'll move up the ranks of Freemasonry, but the effects, even after they leave Freemasonry and renounce it, the effects, unless they do it in a very structured way, which will break the effects, the children, and very often the wife and stuff, will start to still suffer those effects.
This is the stuff that I really want to talk to you about, the voluntarily making a pact with the devil, these contracts. I mean, how does it happen? Where's the approach? Is it in your mind? Is it from somebody in the occult? How does this happen?
The way it normally happens with most people is that they'll hear about it, that certain people gain fame and power as a result, or wealth, as a result of being involved in the occult. And so if they make a pact with the devil, the demons can actually provide these particular things. And so they'll actually just, they might do a little bit of research on the internet or something like that, but they'll actually just, pronounce that I make a pact with the devil for X in relationship to, so that, X and I get Y. Okay. Now, that's kind of one of the lower level kinds of things. Sometimes the demons will suggest it to the person, why don't you make a pact with the devil? So because they can tempt people in relationship to that's going from partial possession to full possession. There's always a pact that's made. So the demons are always going to be the ones that suggest that. There are historical cases where the demons will actually even appear if the person's particularly bad, or if they really want this person and they've been working on him for a while to gain some type of psychological compatibility with the demons with the person. The demons themselves will actually appear to the person and suggest the pact. One case I actually dealt with, a woman basically made a pact with the devil, and he showed up to fulfill his side of the pact. There are also instances, very rare historically, where the demons will actually appear with a handwritten note in the person's own blood. And then, because they can sometimes extract a person's blood from them in a variety of different accidents and things like that, or they'll just tell the person, here, sign this with your own blood, and the person actually does it, and then the contract disappears. There's actually a ritual which is designed to force the demon to return the contract so that it can be destroyed. Because as long as the contract is in existence, the effects will continue.
So these are conversations that could be inside of your head. These are conversations that could literally be right in front of you.
That's right.
And you're fully aware of what's happening. This isn't deception. This is
No.
you do X for Y.
Why? Yeah. The reason they know is because they know the pact isn't binding legally in some fashion, even though technically speaking it's against the natural law, so it doesn't have any binding force. But they know it doesn't bind a person unless the person voluntarily knows what's going on and actually says yes. If they're ignorant about it in any degree whatsoever, the pact isn't fully binding. And so that's why they'll spend a lot of time massaging the person psychologically in their sin and in a variety of other ways to get them to the point where they're be open to, that's that psychological compatibility, open to the pact. They'll work on the person first before they do that.
How many people do you think are doing this? I mean, we saw the P. Diddy stuff, the Epstein stuff is going crazy. It has been going crazy for years. I mean, you see politicians just consistently lying,
Yeah.
like knowingly lying. Not, I couldn't accomplish that. And it's a straight up fucking lie.
Yeah, I'm astounded, frankly, that they can just look straight in your eye and just tell you something that's completely false, and they don't bat about nothing. And for all intents and purposes, you look like they look like they're convinced of it. As far as I think in some of the upper levels, I think there's a fair number of people that are doing that. Percentage wise, I would have no idea, but it's drastically on the rise. That's the thing that we've noticed, because when I first started doing this work 18 years ago, the number of people that had been involved in that was there was not a whole lot of people that were involved in that. But as time goes on, we're seeing more and more of that, where we're having to clean people up because of those kinds of things that are happening. And the occult activity among the youth, especially those under the age of 25, is drastically on the rise. And so I think we're seeing much more of that type of thing happen.
What do you think about the stuff with for example, the latest Olympics opening ceremony, this big pentagram in the middle of it, or the one prior to that, also the Winter Olympics, the mockery of the Last Supper? I mean,
Right.
what is this? What is this?
Well, did you ever see the ceremony for the opening of the tunnel in Switzerland? It was a full-blown ritual to Baphomet. So I think that's just part of the
What
revealing.
tunnel in Switzerland?
There's a tunnel that they had cut. I think it was like a 23-mile long tunnel that they cut. And when they did the opening ceremonies for it was supposed to cut down on the travel significantly for people in between countries. And you can actually find it online, but when you watch it, it's a full-blown ritual to Baphomet. And so I think that's all part of the revealing of the method, that the people that are at the top of these the political elite, the financial elite, even people that are in charge of, stuff like the ceremonies that are the actual Olympics and that type of thing, these people that are at the very top of it. I don't know about specific individuals, but the people at the top, they're doing this stuff because they're revealing their belief. They're revealing the method.
They just want everybody to see it. They want us all to know that it's real. I mean, what is the point?
The point is that demons are showmen, and so they get a certain amount of glory by their stuff being manifest in this life. And so that's why they like those two things being shown. But then also a lot of it is just to normalize people's exposure to it, so people have seen it enough to where they become comfortable with it, and then from there, then they can start opening up the avenue a lot more towards getting people to actually believe it. Once it becomes normalized and they've seen it enough, they're like, oh, okay, maybe I do believe that. Whereas if the first time you see something like that ritual to Baphomet, you're just like, that's just sick. That's just weird. Whereas if they just keep doing it, eventually it becomes normalized, and then people get used to it.
Do you think pedophilia will become normalized? Massive display of that happening right now.
Yeah, there is. I think what's happening, I don't think it's going to be normalized in the sense that your average guy on the street is going to be doing it, because it's against the natural law, right? We have natural inclinations, and God inclines us towards certain things. And if a guy has just natural virtue, he's going to find that stuff repulsive, right? So I think a vast percentage or majority of the people in their culture aren't going to ever do that type of thing. But I can see it getting to the point where, especially if they start the psychological approach, which is what they're trying to do now, they're trying to remove pedophilia from the DSM, so that because once it's removed from the DSM, then you can decriminalize it, and then you can go from there, which is actually what they did with homosexuality. And so they want to do that, and so eventually I could see it getting to the point where people just think, yeah, that's normal, that's what Joe does, or whatever the case is, rather than, I like this, but he likes that. I can see it becoming normalized in that fashion if they keep maintaining it. Because right now the Epstein thing is to expose people to it in such a degree, and at the high level people being involved in it is done in such a manner that it gets people to realize that they want to give people the impression that it's more ubiquitous, that it's everywhere, everybody's doing it, or that people who reach this, it's normal for the people who get to the top to do this kind of a thing.
Do you think that's why that was actually my next question? Why do you think this is all being revealed right now?
I think part of it's the revealing of the method. I think part of it is
Is it showmanship?
Showmanship. I think a lot of it's that.
Is there any good coming from it being revealed?
Yeah, I think what's the good that's coming from it is that a majority of the population, at least in this country, is starting to realize that, we have some sick people that are running things. So I think that's a good thing that people actually know, because this stuff has been around for a while. These people have been doing this for a while. Part of it is I think God is forcing it to the surface so that we see how evil of a people we've become.
What do you think comes next?
I think we're going to get a divine spanking. I think we're going to have some type of war or some type of thing that he's just going to, because it says right in the scripture, it says that the wages of sin is death. I just don't see how we're not going to get out of this situation without mass death.
Well, let's take a quick break, and then
Okay.
when we come back, we'll get into some exorcisms. As a husband and a dad, I think a lot about responsibility. We train for the unexpected in so many areas of life, but a lot of people don't prepare financially for the one thing none of us can control. If something happens to me tomorrow, I want to know my family isn't scrambling. That peace of mind matters. Fabric by Gerber Life is term life insurance you can get done today. Made for busy parents like you, all online, on your schedule, right from your couch. You could be covered in under 10 minutes with no health exam required. If you've got kids, especially if you're young and healthy, the time to lock in low rates is now. And even if you have coverage through work, it might not be enough. And it usually doesn't follow you if you leave your job. Fabric has flexible, high-quality policies that fit your family and your budget, like $1 million in coverage for less than $1 a day. They've also partnered with Gerber Life, trusted by millions of families for over 50 years. Join the thousands of parents who trust Fabric to help protect their family. Apply today in just minutes at meetfabric.com/Sean. That's meetfabric.com/Sean, meetfabric.com/Sean. Policies issued by Western Southern Life Assurance Company, not available in certain states. Prices subject to underwriting and health questions. Want more from The Sean Ryan Show? Join our Patreon today for more clips and exclusive content. You'll get an exclusive look behind the scenes where you can watch the guests interact with the team and explore the studio before every episode. Plus, unlock bonus content like our extra intel segments where we ask our guests additional questions, our new SRS on-site specials, and access to an entire tactical training library you will not find anywhere else. And the best part? Patreon members can ask our guests questions directly. Your insights can help shape the show. Join us on Patreon now, support the mission, and become part of the Sean Ryan Show's story. All right, Father, I want to move into kind of what happens, what's the process like, what goes on inside the room when an exorcism's happening.
Depending on what the stage of the case is. So if we were just starting out, that's one thing. But if you're talking about just your average, where we already know the person's possessed, the demon's manifested in the past, basically what will happen is it's a very structured approach. So in many cases, if the person who's possessed can tolerate it, we'll actually offer Mass so that the person can receive Holy Communion, which then weakens the demon significantly during the session. So then we'll say Mass. We also encourage the person beforehand to have gone to confession before they get to the session. So then at the session, we'll say Mass. And when the session begins, there's a series of prayers that we actually start before we start the formal ritual. And basically, the reason those are done is to provide everybody protection that's in the room. And it's also done to make sure that we clamp down on the demon from doing things that are just distractions or bad behavior. Because usually by the time you get a month or two in, you kind of know what their patterns are going to be and what they're likely to do. And this is also to keep people physically protected so the demons don't do anything physically to harm anybody. So we do a series of prayers, binding prayers, which bind the demon from being able to do certain things. And then we'll actually start the formal ritual. So the ritual it's a Latin ritual. It usually starts out with the Litany of the Saints. And that is also diagnostic, because a lot of times when the demons, during different phases of the possession, they'll react to different saints at different times, and usually you'll start finding out why you're reacting to this saint, and it's usually because it has something to do with the demon's particular sin, or the saint is going to be instrumental in interceding for this person that's possessed, etc., or the saint actually might be the nemesis of the particular demon that you're actually dealing with. For example, Saint Joan of Arc is the nemesis of Satan under the aspect of treason through ambition. And so was in a case where that was what was the reason for the possession cases, that we'd actually come to knowledge about certain things going on in the world and in the church, about how people were advancing themselves in political sphere and even in the church through by committing treason, and the ambition part was because they wanted positions of power and things of that sort. And the reason Joan of Arc was the nemesis in that particular case was because of the fact that she had been put to death by a bishop who was committing treason because he was siding with the English when he was French, so that he would get a bigger diocese. And so he was committing treason through ambition. And so she became the nemesis of Satan, who was driving that whole process. She became the nemesis of Satan under that particular aspect. So it's diagnostic, so you can actually find out, and you afflict the demons by that process too. Just for them to hear the names of people who are faithful afflicts them. Then you actually go, it kind of alternates between what we call deprecatory and imprecatory prayers. So you say a prayer and asking Christ for specific things, and then you go into imprecatory prayers, which is a commanding of the demons. And then that's where the bulk of the ritual is done, where you're commanding the demons to consider specific things. Because the way the demons are weakened is they hear everything you say. Because I mentioned, their knowledge, they got this infused knowledge in the beginning. But all the particular things that happen as they occur is infused in the demon's intellect as it happens. And so as you're saying these things, he sees it in his intellect. And so what happens is, in that process, you're basically forcing him to consider truths which are painful to his will, because they only have intellect and will. And so, it causes pain in their will. And over the course of time, their will, just like ours, when we become fatigued, it gets to the point where it can't sustain the pain anymore, and then it gives in. And so you keep forcing him to consider certain truths and do certain things. So we're also, the prayer of the church is being applied to him to try and cast him out. We're commanding him to leave, because the demons know the authority structure perfectly. And so they know when the priest has received the faculties from the bishop that he has the authority to command him to leave. And so this is, we even saw this with Christ. So Christ said, he said, by my name you'll cast out demons. What he did not say is, by my name you'll cast out all demons. And how do we know that? Because he also says later to the apostles, these types of demons can only be cast out by prayer and fasting. Okay, you still use Christ's name, but there's other things. Well, the authority of the church, so when Christ said to the apostles, all authority has been given to me, go therefore and baptize all nations, he deputized the apostles and gave them an authority which then is passed on to us as exorcists when we're doing that. That's how the fathers talk about this lineage of authority being passed. That authority, then the demons know that you have that authority. And if you first start out, doing a diagnostic and you're praying over somebody, if the demon manifests, he might take your beating for a little while, but then at a certain point, he's just going to say, where's your authority? This is one of the reasons why Protestants have a certain degree of efficacy by using Christ's name, because it has a force of its own. And they might even do prayer and fasting and that type of thing. But there are certain kinds of possession or certain levels of possession where they end up on our doorstep because they can't seem to get them liberated. And so that's when, once a priest has jurisdiction, then the demons, they don't ask where your authority is because they already know where it's from, because it's been infused in their knowledge that the bishop told you that you could do this. So you do a series of prayers which causes them pain because they have to think about those particular things, and it's against their will, contrary to their will. So what's happening is the pain in their will is starting to build. That's the whole goal, is to get it to build to where they finally give you what you need to know in order to get them out. So you go between that and then praying and asking Christ for certain things and back into that. Once the ritual's done, if you know what the particular weaknesses are of the demon, then what you'll do is you'll switch to a set of prayers or make him pray. That's one of the things I'll do, is I'll force the demon, okay, this is what you're going to do. You're going to say, for example, one particular case, you're going to say the litany of the precious blood. And so he was forced to talk about the litany of the precious blood as a series of invocations to Christ through his precious blood about specific things like burning furnace of charity and things of that sort. So we forced him to say those particular prayers, or we'll force them to praise like Our Lady or something like that. And them having to do that, it causes them their pain to increase. And then once they get to a certain level of pain, then they're likely to give you the information. Once the session...
What information?
So the church tells you that there's essentially 5 things that you want to know. You need to know how many possessors there are, because you need to make sure that when the person's liberated, they're fully cleaned out.
So there might be multiple demons.
Yes, they have. Yeah.
What's the most you've seen?
Well, I said that this one had legion, and I believe it was legion. But outside that context, the one that I've seen the most is 27.
27 demons in one human?
Yeah. And it was a pretty sad case. This guy was a hurting unit, man, from all that. So most of them, it's somewhere between 1 to 8, maybe, are the most that you tend to see as a general rule. I actually did see a case where I did one case where I got rid of one demon of fear. The woman went out and did something really stupid, and then when she came back, it was literally like scripture: 1 leaves and 7 come back, and that was literally, she had 7. So, the number of possessors, the names. Because once you know the name, there's 2 aspects to the name. One, it gives you an identity. So, for example, when I had Loki in a case, once the demon revealed what his name was, then I was able to actually go and research historically Loki as a Norse god. Because it says right in Scripture, all the gods of Gentiles are demons. And so you can actually just go and look at the worship that they used to give to Loki in the past, and to the Norse god of Loki, and what you'll find out in there is almost a complete description of his personality. He's a god of mischief, and so he was just such a handle to get a hold of. But once you know the name, then you can do some research, or you can ask other exorcists, have you seen this guy? etc. The second thing is the name gives you a power over them. Now, demons will either reveal their name right off the bat if it's not going to help, if it's not going to be mean that much, or they'll hold out and hold out and hold out as long as they possibly can, because once you know their name, then it gives you a certain power over them. We actually experience this as human beings. So if I call your name, hey, Sean, if you're standing over there and I say, hey, Sean, right? When it goes into your faculties and you hear it, it draws your attention. Well, it's the same thing with them. When you're using their name, it draws their attention and they can't get their mind off of the thing that you're telling them to do. And so it gives you a power actually over them. So the names, how they got in, because a lot of times how they got in is how they're going to get out. Plus, times how they got in is very often like if it's because they were wounded very badly, like a woman was raped or something of that sort, then you maybe some psychological issues that have to be addressed first before she's going to get liberated. And then the time and date of departure when you're leaving. I don't ask that too often because they usually lie. Now, only about 10% of the time do they actually tell the truth, but they usually lie. They'll say, oh, I'm leaving tomorrow, and then tomorrow comes and goes and they don't leave. And the reason they're doing that is they're trying to discourage the person who's possessed. And then the last piece of information is, what is it going to take to get you out? And usually it's something very simple. So in the last case that the woman was liberated that I was working with, it took us a long time to get out this piece of information. She had to go to a specific altar in a particular church, and I had to say a specific prayer over her, and she would leave, and he would leave. We did it. Boom, he was out. But it took us a long time to get him to that point. That piece of information is what they're going to hold out. And there's 6 stages of liberation. Stage 6 is liberation. Stage 5, that last piece of information is going to come out in stage 5.
Wow. When you're talking about curses, does this play into this as well, curses? Can you ask who the curse came from?
Yes. Well, they'll often reveal it. So if the person's possessed, you'll actually, if they're not possessed, the demons can't talk necessarily. Whereas if the person's possessed, you can beat him to the surface and force him to talk, and he'll talk. And then at that point, in order if the person was cursed, you have to break the curse, and that's going to be how you're going to liberate them. And so as a result, the demon's going to have to tell you at some point who cursed them and how it was done. And then there's usually specific things that you can do to invert those or break the curses.
How many demons are there?
Billions, literally. So when God created all the angels, he created the entire hierarchy of angels instantaneously all at once. And so starting from the seraphim, which is at the top, all the way down to just angels at the bottom. Of the class of the angels alone, there's one subset, which is the guardian angels. And every human being that has that has basically been born or basically been conceived has had a guardian angel created specifically for that particular individual. So you're talking billions just in that one subclass. The number of angels that fell is from Book of Revelation, where Satan took a third of the stars and with his tail and swept them down. So that's, the fathers say that means that a third of the angels actually fell. Now, not a third get to possess or have much to do with us in this life. Most of the possessions that we see are from the top rank, which is the top 3 choirs, the thrones, the cherubim, and the seraphim. So, it'd be Satan, Lucifer, and Beelzebub, but there would also be Baal, Asmodeus, Leviathan, Lilith, Baphomet, and then also Moloch. Those are the ones in the middle. There's also other ones like Abaddon, who are kind of in the middle. You don't see too many in the middle tier very often. And then you'll see a lot of the lower grunt guys at the bottom, whose job is to just kind of do the bidding of the guys at the top. And so those where you see most of the possessed and demons coming from.
And so when they name themselves, is this all recorded? I mean, when you're talking about billions of demons, and you get one to name itself during an exorcism, you go do some research. I mean, how many times has it been where it wasn't recorded?
Most of it. Actually,
Most of it.
yeah, because historically, to be an exorcist was done by mentorship. So what would happen is if you were chosen to be an exorcist, you would go and study under some guy for like a year to 2 years, and then he would teach you all these things, that we're talking about. And so you would learn those things, and you'd learn the names of demons, and you'd see them in session and get a sense for them before you started out on your own. But because of the number of exorcists collapsed in the church, and then now they're just trying to get it back up off the ground. We teach classes, actually. My community and I, we actually teach classes, and then there's also a place in Mundelein that teaches courses on this particular topic. And so, but then we encourage people to come and sit on session, because it's one thing for me to tell you that, oh yeah, people change shape during session, and it's another thing to actually see it and see what you're actually looking at. So, because anytime demons preternaturally manifest, there's a real revelation, something about the demon. It's called the cause is always some way in the effect. It's a philosophical principle. The cause is always some way in the effect. And so they're revealing it. So when they do those types of things, those things don't, I'm not, the only thing I'm really interested in is, what am I seeing? What can I learn from what is going on in this guy? Because that information is going to tell me something about him, and it's going to be helpful for me to get him out.
Before we move into shape-shifting and that kind of stuff, I'm just curious. So would that be your responsibility to record a new name with a new personality?
So we don't necessarily record it, but we are actually in the process of building a database. So that exorcists would have access to the database, because some of the common ones like Satan, Lucifer, and those things, or even some of the more common ones like Abaddon, who's the demon of destruction, you'll get you can find out a fair amount of information about these guys. We'll put those in the database, but there's a lot of ones that are less known, and so exorcists come across them. I've come across demons that other exorcists haven't. They've come across demons that I've never even heard of, or nobody's ever even heard of. And it seems authentic, etc. So we want to get a database so that going forward, exorcists, if they come across somebody, they don't have to spend all the time doing the research. They can just quickly go take a look at the database and get a sense of, this is what the guy's weaknesses are. This is what he got out in these these cases. This is what got him out. This is his history. Because like the god of Isis or Osiris, those are Egyptian gods, but those are also demons. So if you know what those are, then you can actually, don't have to go and read a bunch of Egyptian in order to know what these guys are.
Can a demon possess multiple people at one time?
Yeah, you can. I actually had a case of that. Well, two cases, where the same possessor was possessing two sisters who were blood related. And so when we would do sessions with one, the other one would manifest from time to time outside of the session.
Holy shit!
So we had to do a lot of stuff to keep them, from what we call cross animation, which is where, when they're around each other, the demons are going to manifest. So you see that from time to time, where someone who's possessed, they'll get around someone else who's possessed, and whoever has the lower demons in them will be the one where the lowest demon will manifest in the presence of the bigger demon. But they can possess more than one. They generally can only act on one thing at a time.
Okay.
But Thomas Aquinas says that they can act on a number of different things at the same time if it all falls under the same conceptual idea. So, for example, someone can juggle, where they're keeping several things in the air at once. The demons can act on, like, I'm going to act on these three people that I'm possessing because I'm, my access to them is the same, and so they can act on three people at the same time. But normally they don't do that.
And it sounds like all of these demons were false gods at some point. You said a Norse god,
Gods,
Egyptian
yeah.
gods, Baal, Moloch,
Yeah. Not
Baphomet.
Yeah, so all the gods of the Gentiles are demons, which is true. I mean, the only ones I haven't come across are ones like for the Romans. Like, I haven't come across Mars or Jupiter or something like that. But the Egyptian gods come across, several of those. The Norse ones are taking them. They're rising up because of they're being introduced or being used in video games and things of that sort that the young men are doing. So you're starting to see more of those. But not all the demons made themselves out to be a god to someone else. So Satan never really did, even though he wants people to worship him. He doesn't have a specific religion. He wants his own.
And they all fall under him.
They do, yeah.
What about Greek gods?
Yeah, it's the same. Some I've seen exorcists see, and some we haven't. So, I suspect at some point some exorcist has come across, Venus or whatever, but we just don't hear about it too often.
And so when we get into, or I mean, looking back through time, when we're talking about Norse gods, Baal, Moloch, Greek god, any gods that, throughout history, does that mean that those gods were introduced by a demon?
Very often. So what will happen is, historically, either the demon will possess somebody in a particular culture, and then from there, the person kind of becomes like this oracle from which the rituals and the worship is designed, and the people are swayed into doing it. You're not going to have a case where they're actually going to appear as a general rule, although that has happened historically, where demons will appear as angels of light, and claim to be, from God, and then say this is what you're supposed to, and getting the person to start their own religion. We've seen that happen a couple of times, actually. One in more modern history, and one year 600. So we've seen those particular things happen.
What was the one in modern history?
The Mormons. So, I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of the Mormons out there are not going to be happy that I said that, but the angel that appeared to him, it actually gets to the line from St. Paul, which is actually on the outside of the cathedral in Salt Lake, if I'm not mistaken, but out in the outside, it's, even if an angel were to preach to you another gospel. So you have those particular things that are actually, and the other thing is that, at least in the relationship with the Mormons, I don't want to get too deep into it, but that it's actually, it's a modified form of Freemasonry anyway.
I mean, that sounds like the ultimate deception. If they come to you in a light, to appear to be angelic, I mean, how does that look in God's eyes? Fall into that deception.
Well, God's allowing it, obviously, because they literally, like I said, the battlefield is completely determined by Christ. So Christ is allowing it. And I once asked this one colleague of mine, I said, well, what do you think is the reason for the Muslims? He said, to afflict the West. Right. So God will allow these particular things to afflict us in order for us to get our act together, but also to reveal to us that, look, if you start your own religion, it's just going to go bad, and it's just not going to be true. So I think in God's eyes, I think that's part of it. But I think on the side of the human beings, we're just easily deceived. Because demons they can present themselves in a very positive light. Everywhere, from anything from actually appearing as an angel of light, when people actually see this bright figure appear in front of them, all the way down to giving people amorous feelings, to where so the person says, oh, it must be from God because, it's helping me to love people more. No, that's not necessarily the case.
Will we be judged for that? I mean, it just sounds like the ultimate deception, almost, and he allowed it.
Yeah.
So can we be blamed if we're that? I mean, earlier you had mentioned, we're stupid. We are stupid.
We are stupid. On the other hand, we're not that stupid. So, what degree of deception, ultimately God would be able to judge the particular individual soul. So it might be possible that someone started their own religion not knowing that they were completely deceived. But my experience in reading about these people's history is there's often points that after they've had these experiences that it becomes clear to them, or they start having the thoughts, maybe I'm possessed, or maybe this isn't from God. And so they don't take the necessary steps to properly discern it. The other thing is it's kind of that line in Scripture, I was duped and I let myself be duped. People the demons appeal to people's pride of God has chosen you to start this religion. And so that's one of the signs that you always see in the people who start the religion. It's always a pride element. So they let themselves be deceived.
And then it continues because of pride.
Yeah, that's right. Well, and then, yeah, and plus they get all the attention, fanfare, etc.
Which plays under the pride.
Yeah.
What are some of the things you've seen during an exorcism? Levitation, you had mentioned shape-shifting.
Yeah. If you've seen it on Hollywood, I've seen it. But it's only in about 7% of the cases are you going to see things that are really out there. Most of the cases, the thing that you're going to see the most of is morphing. That's our technical name for it. You're mentioning shape-shifting. We call it morphing, which is basically where the person changes form or shape. And that's about, in the cases that you have, that's about 80 to 90% of what you're going to see, where the person will actually change shape. And so they'll, for example, the women will change, all of a sudden their facial structure changes and it looks like a man. So,
like a skinwalker.
yeah, exactly. And so there's also certain kind of complexion changes, but the morphing can be everything from just all of a sudden that, women kind of look like a man, all the way down to they'll change into the shape of animals.
Have you personally seen this?
Most of the ones that I've been knowledgeable about is what exorcists who trained me have seen, or in the cases that they've seen. So I did assist a priest in a case where anytime the priest would put his stole on the back of the person's head, the front of the person's face would just go whoo, and change into the shape of a wolf. The guys would just come out. If he'd take it back off, it'd go back. And so, things of that. Usually, like I said, if you're seeing the change of shape, it's telling you something about them. And that's why, when it comes to a lot of this stuff, they tend to be showmen. And so a lot of it's just parlor tricks. You have to know when you're just being played with and just ignore it. Which is with levitation, I just don't tolerate it. I've seen it. And
how many times have you seen it?
Personally, I've only seen it twice, but that's only because I tend to see other things like extreme forms of occult knowledge where people know stuff that there's no way this person could ever know this. Exorcists, so like if you go to Italy, there's one exorcist, he sees levitation almost all the time. Other exorcists who have done it as long as I have never even seen it. So it changes based upon the particular exorcist. He'll tend to see more things other than once. Seen a lot of morphing, that type of thing. But the one I tend to see the most is occult knowledge or language, speaking languages that there's no way. In fact, I kind of laughed because when they put out the movie Nefarious, they were doing interviews afterwards and they said, oh yeah, we consulted Father Ripperger. And I'm like, I don't remember talking to these guys. So I contacted my, they seemed straightforward enough, and the movie was actually pretty decent as far as it goes. And I'm like, so I asked my assistant, do we have any interaction with these guys? No, we got none. Well, then later they said, oh no, we just listened to all these videos, right? But in there they got something wrong though, because there was an actual case where this guy that was possessed started speaking a form of Phoenician that had been defunct for 3,500 years. We didn't even know what he was speaking. We had to write it down phonetically, and then somebody who studies languages took a look at it and said, we think that's how this particular form of Phoenician was spoken. This kid didn't even finish high school. So you'll see, so they'll see different things, but yeah, I've seen levitation twice.
What are you thinking when you see levitation?
I get annoyed by it, frankly.
That's it? You just get annoyed?
Yeah, because of the fact that usually they're doing it like the case that I had, one of them was Ball. He likes levitating. So I just don't tolerate it because he's trying to distract you and get you focusing on, well, that's kind of weird. Never seen that before. That's what he's trying to get you to do when you should be focusing on other things and just hammering him. And it's just his way to try and gain control over the particular sessions. So that's why I just don't tolerate it. That's why in the beginning I said those set of prayers we say before we start the formal rite to clamp down on any of that type of thing from happening.
Do you ever worry that you'll be the one that's deceived?
Well, you get deceived from time to time as an exorcist anyway, because you'll ask them not necessarily about the broader picture, like in theology or things like that, but they're going to deceive you about the particulars of the case. They'll say things like, "Oh, well, the way you're going to get me out of here is you have to say this prayer, over her 3 times or something like that." And then so you're like, all right, that could be the case. So then you say it 3 times and then nothing happens. And then they'll laugh at you, and you just work on your humility, knowing that that's going to happen, and Christ lets it happen for the sake of your own sanctification and for your own recognition that ultimately they only have to tell you what they tell you when he tells them they have to tell you. And so even though you're commanding them, and sometimes they'll give you information because Christ tells them, okay, you can tell them this stuff, but you can't talk about this stuff yet, or what have you. And so there's times when you're hammering them for weeks on end, and they say, "I'll tell you, I can't, he won't let me tell you." Now, sometimes they're lying even about that, but usually you can kind of tell. Because the way that when they're telling you the truth about something when they're under duress is they'll give you a flat panned answer, like, "No, it's this." Whereas they're bad liars, so when they're lying to you, it's like listening to a 16-year-old girl who got caught being outside the house by her father. Like, "What are you doing outside?" No, it wasn't this, that kind of a thing. So they're bad. They're really bad liars as a general. And the stuff that they propose is just silly. But the other thing is it's coherent. It's called the principle of coherence. It fits the possession case, or what theologically to be the case. And so, that this particular, so for one case, the demons kept saying she has to go to Lourdes. She has to go to Lourdes. Well, God had been giving her grace to want to go to Lourdes and go into the waters. And so she went to Lourdes, went into the waters, and came out, and then was partially liberated. So there's a lot of times you can kind of ferret out, but you do get deceived. It's just part of the humiliation. The other thing is they'll make a fool of you. They have from time to time, because they know we're just not that bright compared to them. And they also have, they know the structure and the dynamics of the spiritual realities that we're dealing with, which we don't necessarily know them. And so they know we don't know them. But that's why, as an exorcist, you have to stay in your lane. You have to stay. There's a set of principles and ways in which you proceed, and you just stay there, and eventually you'll get him out. Just don't go outside that, because they'll try and entice you outside those lanes.
What are some of the other things that you've seen? I mean, have you seen somebody that can turn their head 360 degrees, the spider walk?
Yeah, I've seen, I haven't seen the 360 degree head turning, but I have seen, like where the fingers just are like completely turned back on the thing, or they'll be like this instead of, like this. So you'll see things that you actually see like, and that's actually part of the morphing, in relationship to the thing. Like I said, the thing I tend to see the most is the demons manifesting in their characteristics in a full-blown manner. So once the demons get to a certain point where the threshold, their pain is such, they can't hide from you, they're in the manifestation, because they're controlling the manifestation and they're controlling what you see. But when they reach a certain level, they start breaking down. And so, just seeing full-blown manifestations where they, for example, with Beelzebub, he would always, he looks the same in every case I've ever had him in, where the jaw extends out, the eyes narrow, and then, or the eyes become bloodshot, they narrow, and the top of the head narrows. And the complexion becomes, it looks like someone who's had super bad acne. So you get that kind of complexion change, color changes. I've seen a lot of color changes that you see in people. Saw a woman, she was possessed by a demon who responded to the title Vitae Raptor, which is robber of life. So the first time we got him to manifest, it was in front of the Blessed Sacrament. It's a ritual that's done in front of the Blessed Sacrament. When he finally manifested, literally her face just like caved in, and she literally turned completely jet black like a corpse. And so I'm like, well, there he is. So you'll see things like that.
Do any of these demons intimidate you? Any specific ones?
No. Part of the reason is because I know that if I stay in my lane, and as long as I'm doing what Christ is asking me to do, and I stay under his protection, that I'm going to be safe. Doesn't mean that I'm not going to get beat around a little bit. You're stepping into a boxing ring, so you're going to get beat around a little bit. That I get. But if you stay in your lane, you're going to be able to handle it, and God's going to give you the grace and able to use it. When demons attack me again, they always say, with a boxer, you can watch all the films you like about the boxer, but it's not until you're in the ring with him that you actually get a sense of what he's really like in the ring. And it's the same thing with them. It's when you're in the boxing ring, anytime they attack you, the cause is always some way in the effect. So they actually reveal something about you. So one time I was attacked by this one demon of fear that was possessing this one woman, and it actually gave me a sense of the species, of the nature of the fear, the quality of it, the degree of it. It gave me a sense of it. And so when we went into the next session, I was able to bind that and hammer it and then start doing what I call the piñata game. Okay, I've hit the thing. Now you just go around it and you just keep whacking it until you find out from different angles what more information you can get out of that particular thing. And so one demon one time said to me, he said, I'm not talking to you anymore. So I commanded in the name of Jesus Christ, commanded to tell me why. He says, every time I say something, you use it against me. I almost said to him, well, what do you think this is? So that's the thing. So when they attack you, they don't really intimidate you. I've only been scared twice in a session. One is the first time I did it, and it wasn't about the demon. It was like, I hope I don't do something stupid. But then the only other time was in a case that I worked on where the demon just would not obey what I was telling him to do. So I just mentally said to God the Father, I said, punish him in a way he's never been punished before. And all of a sudden, the woman who's possessed just goes down on her knees, completely manifests into literally looks exactly like this demon. And all of a sudden, he just screams out this horrific scream, painful scream. But it wasn't loud, not much louder than you and I were talking, but it was the type of sound that Hollywood could not recreate. It was the type of sound where it literally reverberated throughout the entire church. We were actually in the basement. And my sacristan, who's all the way on the other side, heard it. It didn't shake the foundation of the church, but it was like just reverberated so strong that when he heard that, he went running out. And when I looked at his face when the demon was screaming, the thought that ran through my mind was, that's what hell looks like. This is what someone in hell looks like. And then the other thing that ran through my mind is, the severity and exactitude of God's justice, that God will not be mocked. So people are going to, you have to pay for your sin. And he extracts it from the demons. They'll tell you that he sets them up very often to have to suffer some punishment so that the particular sin that they committed is avenged.
Can you describe what that looks like? When you just talked about the demon manifesting itself in its true form, what did that look like?
So basically, this was Beelzebub. So her face completely morphed. This woman turned into the facial structure of a man. The jaws literally extend out like this. Now the eyes go narrow. Because Beelzebub's the demon of impurity, the eyes go bloodshot, which is an indicator that people who suffer from lust don't see reality for what it is, but the eyes went completely bloodshot. The head narrowed. And then her complexion, as I mentioned, turns into that. But then there's a change in color to where it's a color that no human being can replicate. The authors refer to it as cherry wood color, which is this brown red color that looks like someone who is literally in the middle of a fire burning. So that's what you see. And then of course there is the burnt look around the various facial features, so that there's this darkness or blackness around the particular facial features. And then of course the body gets bulkier in size.
When you talk about, the fingers becoming disjointed, and what's the recovery period look like?
Strangely enough, there's only certain kinds of affliction that the demons, when they manifest, that the person actually has to recover from. Most of the things like that, the person doesn't feel anything, or they don't have to have any recovery. They come out feeling normal, and things turn back to their natural shape, and they don't have anything to recover from.
Wow. You had mentioned the thing that you see the most is occult knowledge.
Yeah.
And we chatted a little bit about this before the interview, but we spoke with some of your colleagues, and it sounds like the I don't know how to say it, the church, the hierarchy, somebody doesn't want you doing this.
That's true.
And so when you're talking about occult knowledge, this colleague of yours that told me this, he said that the demons are calling out sins of people very high up in the Catholic Church.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't want those sins to get out.
Yeah.
And it sounds like they want you gone. Why is that? Is that the occult knowledge that you're speaking of?
It's part of it. So in the ritual, there's what they call chapter 1, which is it's a set of rubrics, how to proceed and what's going to happen in the context of a session. And one of them is that the demons will reveal crimes that have occurred. And so in the cases that I have been in, they have not revealed much about the people in the civil authorities, their crimes, so much as they have about the very specific rituals and crimes that people in the hierarchy have committed. And so they've talked about very specific details, given specific details. And it's not just me. Other exorcists are also, they get bits and pieces of this stuff. They don't necessarily have the same full understanding that I have, because the demons have revealed, pretty much the full complexion of what's going on in the church. And it's the fact that the authority structure has been spiritually compromised by some of these people that are in it, that are not, they're obviously involved in things that they shouldn't be involved in. And so, but the other exorcists, even the names of the people involved, the demons have said to us, they've actually meant, not just to me, but to other exorcists, they'll actually say, yes, he mentioned this particular person and this particular person, etc. And so we do have a fairly good complexion. By the way, I'm not the first guy that this has happened to. The Father Amorth, who was the head exorcist in Rome for like 40 years, he complained about this very problem that had been going on since he was just starting being an exorcist. The head exorcist in Rome, one of the head exorcists in Rome, I'm not going to mention him because I don't want people calling him up and saying, who are these people, right? But he has also complained about this exact same set of problems, that we have people that are fairly high up. Now, I don't know how much they know me by name specifically. I suspect they know who I am, and they know this. I also know that some of those, I don't know the specific names, but there have been some people that work in the Vatican who just aren't pleased with some of the work that I'm doing, and
how could you not be pleased with casting demons out of society?
Well, if you're involved in particular sins that are particularly egregious, you're not going to want someone like me who is out there trying to teach people about the faith and helping them fight the good fight and become more knowledgeable about their faith. You're not going to want that. And that's the problem that we're actually seeing. We also get a sense too of like how these guys get inducted to that type of stuff. It starts to come out, in the sessions. The demons have talked about how and it's not stuff that I've ever asked. It's the demons are compelled sometimes by our Lord to talk about this stuff. So there's times like this one case that I'm working on right now. When I'm saying Mass, which we start the sessions with, very often what will happen is during the Mass, the demon will manifest. And that tells me that God has told him he's had to tell me something. And so during the session, something will come out, and very often it revolves around this stuff that's happened. But I've had more than one case talk about this stuff that's going on in the church, that it's spiritual, that it's leadership, not all of it, but some of its leadership is very morally compromised, and some of it is involved in stuff that's very dark.
this kind of goes along with what I was talking about earlier. How do you know you're not going to be deceived?
Yeah.
Because if people way up have
Yeah.
been deceived, or maybe they haven't been deceived, maybe they just switch teams.
Right. Yeah.
What do you think?
I think it's both. I think sometimes it's both. There is a book that was just recently put out by a woman who ended up getting inducted into being a victim of satanic ritual abuse through deception. I think that some of these guys can also get, but there's, like I said, there comes a certain point where it gets revealed what's going on. And so these guys have to either cut bait or they're going to sign off on it, one of the two. But a lot of these guys went into the priesthood already on the other team. And so they went in specifically to gain the empowerment which comes through being a priest and then be able to use that power against those of us in the church. Wow. And the world, too, for that matter. Because one of the things that most people don't seem to realize, and this is something that you find out when you're an exorcist for 1 or 2 years, this becomes absolutely clear that the problems that we're seeing generally in the world is actually the result of the collapse of the authority structure, or actually the collapse of the spiritual state of the people of the members of the Catholic Church. Historically, the theologians always said that all grace comes into the world by means of the Catholic Church. It doesn't mean that only Catholics get grace. Obviously, Protestants get grace to believe in Christ and things of that sort and to lead good moral lives. That's not the issue. The issue is that the Church had always said that the Catholic Church is the mystical body of Christ, and as a result, Christ is through whom all grace flows. And so as a result, it flows through the Catholic Church, so that when the Catholic Church starts to collapse interiorly with its morality and its spiritual lives and among its members, you're going to see a concomitant, and there's usually a 10 to 20 year lag time where you're going to see a collapse in the civil authorities and the civil things actually going on. In fact, I actually did a conference once where I talked about that you can actually track it. The specific problems we're seeing here is because there was a concomitant. So, for example, we're talking a lot about pedophilia and things like that now. That's because the Satanists, the Freemasons, the communists got into the Catholic Church during the 30s, 40s, and 50s, and they were engaging in this stuff, pedophilia. And so the pedophilia problems really, or they had moral problems, so that by the time you get to the 50s and 60s, that's when the clergy are engaging in this stuff because they had infiltrated the church and caused this problem. That meant that because that particular grace of holding strong in that particular area in the moral and spiritual life failed in relationship with the Catholic Church, the normal graces that would flow through the church for that not to happen in the world was absent. And then you have that period where then it ends up happening, then you start seeing it. So there's actually a correspondence. The same thing with homosexuality. You see this huge uptick, and because the communists and the Freemasons were allowing the homosexuals into the seminary. In fact, in 1960, there was a document called Institutio Religiosorum, which was sent out by the Vatican to all the heads of religious congregations. And in that document, it says, there's 3 things. Stop ordaining the homosexuals. This is 1960. Stop ordaining the pedophiles, and stop ordaining the men who aren't chaste. This is in 1960, which tells you that the 50s was a particular problem with its infiltration. And then once they got into positions of authority, they allowed men who had these problems to stay in. Well, so then you have this collapse among the morals in the 6th commandment among the clergy in the 50s. That's why you see this concomitant problem in the 60s where you have the free love movement. You also see with the homosexuality, you see the same problem. There's a concomitant problem now with homosexuality that starts in the 70s and flourishes in the 80s, and then now we've got just a massive problem with it. And it's because of the fact that the graces aren't coming into the world in the manner that they're supposed to be.
How high up in the church does this go?
Not at the very, very top, but close to the very, very top.
And so I have another question. When we were talking about the demon knows that you have authority because a bishop granted you that authority to conduct an exorcism, correct? So what if the bishop was an occult member? Is that authority the same?
Yes, because it's by virtue of his office as a bishop. However, they're never going to give you those faculties.
Okay.
One that's involved in that. And we have a general idea of who's, at least among the upper levels, who's involved in it. But it's not going to, but the guys at the lower levels, even if he's not a good bishop, the demons know. Okay, he's got the authority, so we'll observe it. But so that his moral status doesn't compromise the actual authority.
Do you feel a sense of duty to try to fix that or expose it, or what do you feel? Do you feel any responsibility to act on that?
What I feel the responsibility to is to protect, is to defend my own foxhole. When you're being overrun, you don't be worrying about what's happening in that guy's foxhole. You just make sure yours doesn't get overrun. And so, by that I mean in the sense that I feel my duty is to continue processing the cases. If God wants to continue to reveal this stuff to me for whatever reason, then so be it. We're actually praying for the amelioration of this situation. There's other people who are knowledgeable about it, and so we're praying. There's only just like 4 or 5 people that actually, other than exorcists, who actually know who these guys are. They're involved. So I don't feel the obligation to correct that problem. In fact, my own particular attitude is, both in civil government and in the church's government, that it's beyond human correction. My job is just to do my part to the degree that I can, and just don't try and bite off more than I can chew.
Do you have some sort of an alliance
With
other exorcists?
Well, there is the
people within
International
the church?
Association of Exorcists, but ironically, even though I've been doing, at first they wouldn't let me be a member because I was an American. At that time, they were only Italians, right? And I mean, I get it, And then once they opened it up, by this time, I'm just like, well, I'm already established. I've been doing exorcisms for 13, 14 years. I don't need it now anyway. But I have a lot of friends. We have a network of a sort where there's a lot of guys we talk to. And we keep track of the exorcists around the country, because even though our society takes caseload from around the world, and a large part of it from the United States, we still keep in contact with exorcists in other areas, because when people approach us, if they were to ask us for, someone, say in Nashville, we would say, well, here, talk to this priest, one of the guys you've interviewed, just talk to him. You don't need to come see us. So we know we're aware of them, and we talk with them from time to time.
You had mentioned earlier about taking a beating,
Yeah.
getting attacked. What is that? What has happened to you?
It happens on different levels. So what they'll do is, that description I gave of diabolic obsession, they'll just attack you out of the blue. And so one of the demons I was dealing with a couple of years ago was a demon of anger. And so what he would do is he would put the perspective on just jade your perceptions of other people, that they weren't doing their job, they weren't supposed to be doing what they were supposed to be doing, that people were failing and and that was his angle of attack on me. So he was trying to get me to see the other, because I'm the superior of our community, to see that this guy wasn't doing this guy wasn't doing that, and you'd find out the reality is he was actually doing it. So I realized, and because I know that was the angle that he was using on this particular person who was possessed, I realized, okay, I'm just being messed with. And so you'll go through periods where you have to fight the anger, you have to fight the perceptions. The part of it is that you have to then start resorting to extra prayer. Even though I pray 3 to 4 hours a day, you have to start, okay, I've got to take on this particular kind of prayer to combat this particular set of problems. So they'll attack us interiorly. They'll also attack us by trying to get us to think that, you're not doing a good job, this is that, obviously if you were a better exorcist, this person would have been liberated, those kinds of things. You just have to clear those thoughts out. So you'll get attacked on that level. You'll also get attacked on your externals. So if they can't get to you, I think I might have mentioned this, but they have a general principle, which is, if you can't get to the person you want to get to, move laterally. That is, get to the people around them. This is one of the reasons why we see lay people who get a bit too involved in this area, where they're trying to liberate people who are possessed and that type of thing. They may not come under attack because God may be protecting them, but then you just ask them, what's your family life like? And their families are just decimated. But what they'll do is they'll move laterally. So like in my particular case, they'll cause problems with people accusing me of stuff that I don't even know these people. Right? I never even met them. There's no way that this could even be true, right? So they'll do stuff like that. But then the chancery has to do their due diligence and make sure they do an investigation in relationship to it. Excuse me. So they'll attack my externals. And usually that comes in the form of messing with projects I'm working on, trying to block it. So once they try and block a project, I don't know if you've ever had this, where you're working on something that should take 5 minutes. 3 hours later, you're still messing with this thing that should have taken 5 minutes. So this happens to me a fair amount. And so what I found out is the most effective thing is they're trying to get a hook into me to put my attachment to wanting to get it done. And so I'm just like, I walk away from it. So once at 5-10 minutes, it's not getting anywhere. I'm like, okay, I see what's happening. I'll just walk off. Next day I come back, boom, 5 minutes later it's done.
Okay.
So they'll mess with stuff like that. Again, I have a good relationship with my chancery and the diocese, but they're trying to chisel away at that, I think, to some degree, just by accusations or things that are just silly.
What weapons do you take with you? What do you
Spiritual
walk
weapons.
into an exorcism with?
I thought you were asking me what I like to carry.
What do you like to carry?
I have a SIG 9mm.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm a fan of SIG. My other fan is I'm a fan of Walther too, and I like Walthers. But anyways, getting back to the weapons, the primary weapon that we carry with us is that the community I'm in, we're semi-contemplative, so we pray 3 to 4 hours a day, and all the prayers are fashioned specifically to deal with all the different kinds of diabolic attacks, which we mentioned in the beginning, those 7. So we pray specific prayers to deal with those specific things. Things like meditation for the obsession. In fact, if you're meditating pretty consistently, the demons usually don't try that angle with you. But then the other weapons is we say the rosary every day, which is a phenomenally powerful weapon. Padre Pio used to refer to it as a weapon. The other thing is that we the actual cassock I'm wearing is blessed by a bishop for my protection. And then when we're going into session, there's sometimes relics of specific saints. There's a place where St. Michael appeared 5 times in Gargano, Italy. It's a cave. It's an astounding place. I was just there about a year ago. And when you walk into it, there's a kind of like a gravitas, but a quiet and a peace to it that you just don't get anywhere else. So we have stones from there, which the demons react to and that type of thing. So we carry stuff like that, relics. But the other weapons are just the Catholic sacramentals, holy water, exorcised oil, which is particularly effective. We have people burn candles because the candles are blessed so that it literally drives demons of the air out, which are mentioned in Scripture several times in Scripture. So it drives the demons out of the air and that type of thing. So just a number of different things.
When it comes to, I can't stop thinking about the hierarchy and the occult within the church. Is there anything else you want people to know about that?
Well, I think the main thing to do is there's 2 parts to it. The first is we need to pray and pray for the church's protection and pray so that God will give us holy leaders, a holy magisterium. We need to pray for it. The second component is you get the leaders you deserve. And I say that by virtue of the fact that a vast majority of the Catholics in the church are leading habitual lives of grave sin. And they've got to stop it, because until we stop that, you can't expect this to get cleaned up. And so really the primary way that we're going to ameliorate that problem, other than God stepping in and correcting the problem, because he'll only tolerate stuff for so long, as I mentioned. But we have to pray and pray and become holy ourselves so that we merit having leaders that we're worthy of.
You want to pray for that right now?
Yeah, the primary prayer that I would probably pray for that is the Hail Mary, because Our Lady, because she's the one that's going to, I think, convert them in the end. So, in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now and at the hour of our death. Amen. Mother of divine grace, pray for us. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen.
Well, hopefully we just got a couple million prayers right there.
Hopefully. Yeah, exactly.
You want to take a break?
Yeah, sure.
Let's take a break. We don't bring on new partners often, but sleep is too important to ignore. When you're not sleeping well, everything suffers. Best of all, Beam is an American company that makes clean, science-backed products designed to help people perform at their best. Dream is their sleep formula, and it's loaded with ingredients your body actually needs to recover. Reishi, magnesium, L-theanine, apigenin, and melatonin, but dosed intelligently. Not to mention, it tastes incredible. My favorite flavor is the brownie batter, but they've got plenty of options. I mix it up and drink it about 30 minutes before bed for optimal results. Like I said, it tastes great, it's smooth, and it actually feels like part of my nightly routine now. And for a limited time, I've got my listeners an exclusive discount of up to 50%. Go to shopbeam.com/SRS. Use my code SRS to get up to 50% off. This is the best discount Beam gives out, so tell your friends too. Even if they don't listen to the show, if they want to fix their sleep, they've got to try Beam. So remember, go to shopbeam.com/SRS and use code SRS. With my code SRS, you can grab Dream for 50% off. Try it today.
Hi, I'm Sarah Adams, the host of Vigilance Elite's The Watch Floor, where we highlight what matters. It became a permissive state, explain to you why it matters, and then aim to leave you feeling better informed than you were before you hit play. Terrorists, hostile intelligence agencies, organized crime, not everything is urgent. But this show will focus on what is need to know, not just what is nice to know.
All right, Father, we're back from the break, and I want to get into the demonic hierarchy and spiritual intel and how that all works. In even some of the laws. Like, I've always heard that spiritual warfare, there's a lot of laws involved, and I don't understand that. You were kind of bringing it up earlier that Christ or God allows all of this to happen.
Right.
But it sounds like there's a very specific set of laws.
Yeah, there's a very distinctive structure that the spiritual warfare has, and that structure is based on certain things. I mean, obviously, the demons can't do anything that Christ doesn't permit. The second component means that anything that God is going to do in relationship to us as human beings in this life is going to revolve around whether it's going to be good or bad for us spiritually. So he's, generally speaking, the demon's involvement in us, if we respond properly to God's grace, then Christ will use them as instruments of our sanctification and purification. He'll use them to make us more virtuous and things of that sort. So that's kind of the finality or the end goal. It also means, though, that they can't roam or maraud as they please. It does mention in Peter's epistle, it says, going around seeking someone to devour. What that means is that they spend all their time thinking about us and looking at different things and trying to figure things out. But their ability to actually influence us is completely controlled by Christ, and so demons, as far as the mechanics of it, are actually controlled then by a few things. Christ's will ultimately determines everything. The second thing is their own nature. They can't act outside their own nature, so they're going to be inclined to do specific things that pertain to their own nature. But because they've made their choice, it means that then they're also, the second thing is they're going to be inclined to do things that are opposite of that nature. So very often, so for example, if you take the demon Isis, who was actually originally created for, according to the exorcisms that he's been beaten out of, that he was actually created to encourage people to place themselves under the mercy of Christ. Well, because he rejected that task, now he's one of the most cruel and vicious demons to deal with in session. So they're going to be controlled by their will, what they fixed their will in. Once they made that choice, now they're fixed. And it's not just in evil, it's in, which is generally true, but it's also about specific kinds of evil. So certain demons are going to get involved in certain kinds of things. They also, so there's that. Plus then there's the fact that God also meters what they can and cannot do based upon our good, but that has to do with our own levels of toleration and ability to sustain them. He's never going to test us beyond our abilities. So those particular things is what kind of fixes it and determines it and has some of the mechanics. Demons operate under certain principles. So, for example, the overarching principle that every demon functions by is anything but God. And that basically means that you can believe anything you want. You can do anything you want as long as it doesn't lead you to God, or as long as it's not about God. Because and that's why when they get into positions of power, which you've seen this, when they get into positions of power, such as in the civil authorities, you can talk about anything but God in civil context, right? You can't, if you're on the floor of the Congress, they're not going to be talking about God. At least maybe they have started very more recently, but historically you just couldn't do it. So that when they gain access, you're not going to be able to talk about God. So anything but God. And that's why they'll even get people involved in, doing all sorts of good things as long as it's detracting them from the relationship with Christ or God. And so that's what they're focused on. They also have another principle, anything but moderation. So one of the exorcists that trained me, he had a particular fondness for Mountain Dew, which I get. I like Mountain Dew. And so he had this particular fondness for Mountain Dew, and the demons knew it. And so at a certain point, in this 5 stages of liberation, there's what we call the bargaining phase, which is the second part of the 5th phase. And so the demons start bargaining with him. I say, hey, look it. Let us stay, and I'll make sure you get a truckload of Mountain Dew, right? And so he panics, and then he stops drinking Mountain Dew altogether. Well, that's not where the virtue ultimately lies. The virtue lies in being able to drink something at a moderated level, or eat in a moderated fashion. So they'll do anything but moderation, and the reason for that is because the moderation leads to virtue, because virtue is a mean between extremes, and so they'll very often anything but moderation. So there's a whole series of principles, which I mentioned in the book, that they actually operate by, and that's what governs one of them is that move laterally. It's the general principle is that it's better to remain hidden than to be out in the open, that type of thing, which you would see in normal warfare. They also are watching us all the time to get reconnaissance to figure out what they're going to actually do in relationship to us. So it all has a very stark similarity to even physical warfare.
When you think of spiritual warfare, it's going on all around us, but we can't see it. A lot of people say it's another realm, but it's right here. Do you believe that?
Yes, it is. It's everywhere.
What does it look like if we had a veil that we could lift off and see it? What does the world around us look like that we can't see?
Well, I think, first of all, it'd be very dark because you would see a lot of the demonic forces that are just, they just seem to be pretty much everywhere. And if I'm saying, virtually everything. I mean, you still see pockets where people are trying to lead good lives and trying to be good people. They're willing to seek the truth and that type of thing. But what you would see is the degree of influence they have over different people, who's possessed by by what demons and that type of thing. One of there's a dream that St. John Bosco had, because he used to take care of young boys, and during one of the dreams, he saw one of the boys that was acting up during his class and things of that sort. But he sees this boy sleeping, and he sees this demon with his finger inside the kid's head and just stirring it. Right. So you'd see it would be analogous to seeing stuff like that. But I think we would also see a level of depravity that would be extraordinarily hard for us to process. And that's one of the things that, when I mentioned that the demons have told me this about the crimes and that type of thing, a lot of times the person who's possessed will see the thoughts of the demons. The demons, as I mentioned, it kind of breaks down. And so the person actually sees what the demon is actually seeing. And so a lot of times they will see the depravity or the evil or certain things, or they'll actually even see because they can see the thoughts of the demon, they actually get a sense of who he is if he's thinking about himself. And they'll come out of that, and it takes a little bit of counseling for them to process how evil it is. Almost traumatic, how evil that is.
what are when we're talking about possession, what are guardian angels doing when a demon enters?
So,
Do they leave?
no,
When we're
they're
talking
still,
about an occult member, is there?
yes.
Do they? I mean,
No, they're still there.
they're still there.
They're still there. It's just that how they protect us, the degree they protect us, and the areas of our lives that they protect us is determined also by Christ. So, to give you an example, Padre Pio one time, he used to, from the time he was 10 years, from the time he was a kid, he could see his guardian angel. And the way they found out is when he was 10 years old, this kid got lost in their village. They couldn't find him. And so they asked him about it, and his guardian angel said, well, he's over here. So he says, well, he's over there. So they go in there, there's the kid, right? So that's how they found out. Well, during one of the times in which he was suffering dolor, where the demons were attacking him, his guardian angel just kind of like disappeared. And then when he comes back, Padre Pio's a little miffed and chews him out, of course. But but basically, what the angel communicates to him is that, look at, if God wants something, we're not permitted, because we have to be perfectly obedient to him, and we see his holy will in allowing these things. And so they basically, their causation or activity on us, they retract. With demons, the way that we know that they're there is there's something unnatural happening. It's either beyond nature or it's just not normal or what have you. Whereas when the guardian angels are doing their thing, we function normally, because their goal is to guard us so that we can actually function according to the way our nature was designed by God. And then they can also incline certain faculties in our bodies and things like that to function properly. So the way that we know they're active is we have a normal life. Well, these people might have some areas of normal life that the angels are permitted to protect, but other areas God has said, no, you can't protect them there.
Why would he say that?
Because God respects our free will. And so the person making the choice and going in this, God tells the angels, you have to respect their free will.
Is there anything else in the realm we would see? Angels, demons?
Yeah, you'd see the angels too. You'd see them both. You'd see a pretty intense battle, I think. Much more than you'd say would in times past. You'd see a pretty intense battle.
What does the battle look like?
It would just look like demons actually attached to people and attacking people. You'd actually see the nature of the demons and what the specific demon is that's attacking people. You'd get a sense of that, because each one is its own species, its own nature. So if you could see them, you'd actually see, okay, this guy's getting attacked by impurity. This guy's getting attacked by, anger or fear. This guy's getting attacked by that. You just actually see how they're actually getting attacked.
I think a lot about spiritual warfare, and the thing that comes to my mind is, I've said this several times on this show, but if you were to have a sphere and it was oil and water, and one never fully really takes over the other.
Right.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do, yeah.
Like a marble.
Right.
And so let's say evil is the oil and light is the water.
Yeah.
When the oil takes over the majority of the surface area of the water, or almost all of it, is that when we see the second coming? And is it always just changing? Water starts to take over, oil starts to take over, water starts to take over.
Yeah, it ebbs and flows. Yeah. As far as the good and the evil in the world is going to ebb and flow, but before the end, it's going to get particularly bad, to the point where it'll be almost, the good will appear almost completely eclipsed. I think that's sometimes what people can actually get a sense of now, that when they're looking about, I tell people, if this isn't the end times, God have mercy on the people in the end times, because it's just going to be brutal. But if you could see the spiritual complexion of things, you could actually see it. You'd also see, the fortresses of where the strength is and where the good is coming from in the world, and who's on the side of the good.
How much do you think of what we know is a lie?
You mean today?
Mm-hmm.
I think
how much do we think we know is a lie? How much are the elites hiding from us? The people in power, the occult.
Obviously this is my own personal opinion, but I think we're being lied to almost habitually.
About
chronically.
everything.
About a vast majority of things, and it's all because it's a matter of social engineering and manipulation. I think that they're just it's especially when you got certain three-letter agencies that are just chronically doing certain things in order to manipulate the population into a particular into a particular set of beliefs that they can actually be manipulated. And so, I think one of the advantages of COVID is it's made people to stop and think, believe the science, believe the science. Well, I do believe it when it's real science. But but the fact that we were lied to so much, what happens is now people are standing back and questioning everything, which is, in one sense, giving them the state of our world is actually good. On the other hand, they're questioning stuff. You're just like, why are you questioning that? I mean, that shouldn't be questioned. So people can be a little bit immoderate. But I think that given that what the government's doing, and given what just even what you see on mainstream news media and by corporations, I think we're being manipulated and lied to on a regular basis.
I do too.
Yeah.
I mean, about everything. I mean,
even when the things would go better for them if they just came clean and were transparent, they can't. It's like they got to lie to us about it. And I think what it is, it's really a fear of losing control over us.
I mean, there are people that think the world is flat.
Yeah.
That's how deep the lies.
Well, I have a pilot's license, and I've been high enough to know it ain't.
You know what I mean? No,
Yeah.
I mean, how much are they hiding? How much are they hiding?
Yeah.
How much history has been manipulated by institutions?
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Well, and I think a large amount of it is. It's so bad. It's so bad that when stuff started happening in the Ukraine, I said, okay, there's probably a war going on, and it's probably Russia that's invaded, and it's probably Ukraine's on the receiving end of it. But that's about all we know, because they lie to you so much. For example, 4 years ago when that thing started, they said that Russia was almost defeated and their military was crushed. Okay, we're 4 years into it and they're still hammering them, which tells us they weren't telling us the truth in the beginning.
I mean, I think the entire Iraq war was a lie.
Yeah.
The whole fucking thing.
Yeah.
I think it was a big money grab for KBR.
Yeah.
And I mean, we just looked it up. They made 39 point whatever billion dollars
Yeah.
off that one war.
Yeah. Well, most wars are that way anyway. I mean, they're really just orchestrated for those because somebody stands to gain either financially or by power.
But I mean, to take the time to build a narrative to tell the people so that you can go in there and enrich yourself. I mean, it makes you wonder how much of look at the Epstein stuff. I mean, it's just everywhere you look now, the COVID stuff, all the fraud.
Yes, exactly. Well, and that's why, it's even like with stuff with Epstein, I tell people, we're just seeing the tip of the iceberg. Even when we hear about bad things that are going on in the church, we're like, that's just the tip of the iceberg. There's the rot underneath it is so bad. I sometimes wonder if if people actually knew what was really going on in our government, they'd probably be hanging these people from lampposts. So, and that's just a general sense of, when you see evil, you see it.
Let's get back to the hierarchy.
Okay.
Can we go through some of the demons by name?
Yeah.
Where do we start?
Well, at the very top, which I think, and Dan had mentioned to you, but basically, in one of my cases, it came out that it basically started like this. So I had a session. It was Beelzebub was the possessor, and he said, at one point, just out of the blue, he says, "I'm the mockery of the Holy Ghost," and then he just checks out. I can't get him back to the surface. And then I'm like, what does that even mean? And then, but I knew that the fathers of the church had said that there's, based upon the interpretation of that passage from Scripture where they accused Christ of casting out demons by the power of Beelzebub. He turns it and he says, well, how can Satan cast out Satan? Well, the fathers of the church say that's because Satan, Lucifer, and Beelzebub are the same guy. I'm thinking to myself, well, if they're the same guy, why does an exorcist, even myself, the other exorcists who dealt with all three, the way they manifest is different. Each one of those is different. So I started asking Our Lady, reveal to me, what is it that's going on here? And then it dawned on me that, I don't know if it was a grace or just whatever it was. It's like, because I deal with people who are highly traumatized. We deal with people who have what used to be called multiple personality disorder, but it is dissociative identity disorder. We deal with a lot of those people. And I'm realized looks like that this is a trifurcated personality. So when in the next session, when he was there, I referred to him as the third personality of Satan, and he just stopped and looked at me. And it was like 5 things at once on his face. It was like, how did you ever figure that out? And then the other one was, okay, the gloves are coming off. And then the other one was like, oh, this is really bad. So there's various things that were going on in his face at the same time. And it's one of those things, again, you see it and you're just like, yeah, Hollywood can never reproduce that. But so then I commanded to tell him, so Lucifer is the inversion of Christ, isn't he? Light from, because Lucifer is light bearing, Christ is light from light, yes. And then Satan is the father of lies, who's the inversion of God the Father. He said, yes. So then I asked him, was this trifurcation of your personality the punishment for wanting to be God? And then he said, it took me a little bit of beating him. He said, yeah, it is. And then he said something interesting. He said that he's in chronic pain from it. So people who have dissociative identity disorder are in chronic emotional pain. And so he has that. He's in chronic pain from this, his personality being split. Later, we found out that it had to do because in his fall, there were specific sins that he wanted to commit, and they pertain to those particular 3. So, as I mentioned, I've had all 3. I've had Lucifer in about 5 cases, Beelzebub. I've had in 3, but I've got 1 case that's protracted, and that's why I tend to have so much knowledge about him. And then I've had Satan. Underneath him, which is kind of interesting, because if you ask people, if you had to choose which person of the Blessed Trinity you have the most affinity for, people will usually tell you, for me, it's God the Father. Most people say, well, it's Jesus. Some people say it's the Holy Spirit, right? So you have people, well, that same kind of a thing is, and it's the inversion of what you see in the diabolic realm. So underneath this trifurcated personality are all the other demons fall underneath one of those personalities. So underneath that, though, underneath Satan, or the top dog, is then what they call the 5 generals. And the 5 generals are, the first one is Baal, who's a demon of impurity. So the first thing he does, he drives impurity in a culture. And once the culture gives into that, then the thing from St. Paul, what St. Paul mentions, God, they basically gave themselves to unbridled lust, so God gave them over to that, and then now men are sleeping with men. So then after that, you have homosexuality, which arises. And then, so the first one is Asmodeus, which is the demon of
Have you seen the Iranians burning statues of Baal?
Not burning them, no, I haven't seen it.
They're burning statues of Baal, saying that Israel in the West is under a demonic influence.
Well, if you consider the fact that at least in the United States, we actually shot down the fornication laws and we allow people pornography and everything else, then in a certain sense, I think that's true. I think we are under his... the Supreme Court basically delivered our country over to the 5 generals by all the by the adjudication that they did. So Baal being one of them, which is the shooting down, again, the fornication laws. And I think that's generally true. I think that in the West, there's a serious problem with impurity, just generally. The demon of homosexuality in men is Asmodeus. So if you got a guy who's possessed and he's had any homosexual past, if he's possessed, it's sure bet Asmodeus is one of the possessors. With women, there's 2. There is Lilith, which is the demon of homosexuality of the passive kind, more feminine. You look at these women, you're like, why are you gay? You seem pretty normal as a woman, right? But then there's the one that's the Leviathan, which is the demon of homosexuality in women of the more masculine or more aggressive kind. These are the women, I call them, they're heavy on the heels, right? So this is those women, that's homosexuality in women with them. And then the last one is... whether it's Moloch or Baphomet, and in my experience, it tends to be Baphomet, but that doesn't mean that it, because I've had him, but it doesn't mean necessarily that it's not Moloch too, which is the demon of child sacrifice. So if you look at the progression in a culture, and this is actually true of almost every culture that has gone, that their morals have collapsed, it starts with problems with impurity, that is, Baal gets in. Then you get a rise of homosexuality, and then you'll end up with child sacrifice, which is what abortion basically is. So you have that progression. So that's underneath them. And then underneath them are then various other demons. Where they're actually at in the hierarchy, we don't necessarily know, other than, as I mentioned, most of them are under the or under those one of those five too. So the five are under the three, then you get the five, and then you have the other ones. So, for example, the noonday devil, which is mentioned in Psalm 90, he's actually under Asmodeus, which is fascinating because the demon that when he first appeared, the guy said, as I mentioned, he said, I said to him, do you have any homosexual ideation? Once he came out, that this demon, the midday devil, was crying out to Asmodeus for help. I said, do you have any homosexual ideation? He says, yeah, I don't know where it's coming from, because this guy didn't have any of the history that would indicate that he would have the psychological problems that are endemic in relationship to homosexuality, because he was a married man, had beautiful family and kids, the whole bit. I said, well, now you know it. So we did a severing prayer. From that point on, he never had homosexual ideation. But I found it interesting that the demon of sloth is under the demon of homosexuality, because every homosexual I've ever met, they're soft. So you start to see even in people's personality the complexions of the demons that actually attack them. So those are just some of them. As I mentioned, Abaddon is a demon of destruction.
What about Baphomet?
Yeah, he's a demon of child sacrifice. And so that's why you see him. That's actually why you see the Satanists trying to erect statues of him in various locations. And the statue is, of course, the horned head and all that. But then it's also surrounded by children. And so that's part of it. And usually the reason they're trying to get Baphomet ensconced in a location is because they're trying to get pro-abortion legislation passed or maintained.
What is it with child sacrifice that they want?
Well, there's several parts to it, actually. The first is it's the killing of an innocent, and the demons get empowered by that. But the other part, which is actually something which historically was known in the Catholic Church, which wasn't really talked about too much, was elsewhere, which is actually one of the reasons why in the Catholic Church, if you procure abortion or help someone procure abortion, it's actually an excommunicable offense. And the reason people say, oh, it's because you're killing someone innocent, but that's not true. I mean, that's an element of it, but the real reason is because of the fact that, as I mentioned, the overarching principle for demons is anything but God. And so historically, Alexander VII, the Pope, stated that we know of no other means of their salvation. He's talking about children before they have use of reason. We know of no other means of their salvation other than baptism in re. In re is a technical theological term in Latin that indicates they have to be baptized by water. Otherwise, their salvation cannot be assured. And so historically, the church always considered abortion to be such a heinous crime because it permanently robbed a person of the possibility of the beatific vision. This is why the church considered it so evil, that basically the demons are creating a situation, and the reason they're so wed to it is because it keeps, they just want to keep even the children from ever seeing God. Jeez. That's why they're so wed to it. That's why they will expend enormous amounts of energy protecting it. That's why it's so difficult to get rooted out in the in the secular sphere. Once it gets in, it's just almost impossible to get out, because the demons will do everything they can to protect it.
How about the angels' hierarchy?
So the hierarchies are, well, technically speaking, they're the same, because the fallen angels come from the hierarchy that God created, that whole hierarchy, which has the 9 choirs. And so that they're from, the fallen angels are from that, but the other ones, so the seraphim, which are at the top, and then you have the cherubim and the thrones, etc. But then, and it goes to principalities and powers and all that, all the way down to archangels and angels. But that hierarchy is still there, and it's still intact. So the top rank, which is the top 3, their primary function their primary tasks deal specifically with God. So the seraphim's job, God gave them, in their nature, a strong inclination to love him. So their primary predominance is on the side of the will, is to love. On the side of the cherubim, their primary predominance is on the side of knowledge. So they have knowledge about God that he communicates to them, and their natures are such that they are able to grasp it because they're more intelligent in that regard. And then the throne's job is to take the information that's communicated to them by God or from the seraphim to the cherubim, and begin the propagation of God's commands down through the hierarchy. So the middle rank is basically administrative, where they basically oversee and govern the process of the spiritual warfare on our side, but then also just the governance of the universe and how God wants things done, and they're enlightening our minds, etc. And then the lower guys, their job is to actually do the grunt work with us, and they get involved with us. So it's generally, there's a bit of a debate about whether Satan was from the seraphim or from the cherubim. But as time went on, I used to think he was from the seraphim, because the way the other demons would even talk is that he was at the top of the heap. But when you watch his psychological patterns and you learn about what his assigned task was, it all revolves around knowledge. And so I tend to agree with St. Thomas Aquinas that he was the highest of the cherubim. So he would have been 8th in the hierarchy.
Okay. How about Michael?
So Michael, the general belief among the theologians and who have studied this and that type of thing is that he's actually one of the archangels. So he's from the second of the lowest ranks. So which is actually one of the reasons why it's so humiliating for Satan to get kicked out of heaven by him, is because it was humiliating. But as Thomas Aquinas says, anybody in heaven has what they call prelation over anything below them. And so those in hell, anybody in heaven can cast out any demon in hell, God permitting. But St. Michael is, most people are unaware of that. St. Michael is actually the guardian angel of the elect. So those who are, God has pre-chosen that they're going to go to heaven. And so they're actually...
God has pre-chosen for certain people to go to heaven.
Yeah, because God, if you remember, it's actually part of divine revelation. Christ said, many are called, but few are chosen. And it's God who chooses. It doesn't mean that we don't cooperate in that process. We have to cooperate in the lead up to it. But ultimately, it's God who gives us the final grace to make to bridge the gap between ourselves and Him, right? But so in the Catholic Church, we actually hold, we call it a non-mutual predestination. We believe that God chooses who gets to go to heaven, but and there's indications of that. But if you end up in hell, that's your own fault, because you could have, if you would have cooperated with God, you could have made it to heaven, type of thing. Okay, so he's the guardian angel of the elect. So that meant that when that's why it was his job to kick out the demons from the company of the angels that remained faithful, who were the elect. And so he's the one that kicked him out of heaven. Because he's the guardian angel of the elect, that also means that he became the guardian angel of the Jews, the Jewish religion, in the beginning, because they were the chosen people. But once, according to the fathers of the church, they apostatized and rejected Christ. They ceased being the chosen religion and the chosen people. And now it's transferred to Christians who believe in Christ. They are now those who are he's the guardian angel of the elect of those of us who believe in Christ. And so that's actually also why historically the saints have talked about how when a person who is destined to go to heaven dies, it's St. Michael who accompanies them into God's presence.
So we're the chosen people now.
Yes,
Anybody who believes in Christ is
right.
chosen.
That's right. Which is actually the big mistake that people make, is still thinking that they're the Jews are the chosen people. They were. But they rejected their inheritance. They refused to accept Christ. Because even the Jewish religion was ultimately a lead up to and a partial revelation in relationship to Christ. So once he came, this is why Christ was so harsh on them. The first time I read this, I was stunned. St. Thomas Aquinas actually makes the observation. He said that the prophets and the patriarchs of the Jews actually knew that God was triune, and they knew he was going to become incarnate. They knew this because we see this in the book of Isaiah. It's revealed in the book of Isaiah, and it's revealed in various parts of Scripture so the Jews actually knew this. This is why Christ was so harsh harsh on the Jews that when he came, he said, you guys knew this. You're calling me that make myself equal to the Son of God. You knew that God was going to become incarnate is basically what's being taught there. So the point being is that the fact that they apostatized and rejected ultimately God in the end, which is why they ceased being the chosen people, which is why God gives them that, as I mentioned before, he gives them maybe I didn't mention it to you, but he gave them one generation. So after Christ dies in the year 70 AD, the Romans destroy Jerusalem, and that's why now none of the Jews are practicing their religion, because none of them are offering sacrifice. That doesn't mean that they're not living up according to certain parts of the Old Testament and things of that sort, but they're not actually performing the ceremonial laws.
Interesting.
And that's why they're so driven to rebuild the temple.
Starting something new isn't just hard, it's terrifying. Before I launched the Sean Ryan Show, those what ifs were loud. What if nobody listens? What if this fails? Walking away from what's familiar to build your own thing takes real faith. But it ended up being one of the best decisions I've ever made. Whether you're starting a podcast or launching a store, it helps to have a partner like Shopify on your side to help ease those worries with their expertise and tools. Shopify is the commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the world and 10% of all e-commerce in the US. From household names like Figs to brands that are just getting started today, one of the biggest hurdles is efficiency, and Shopify helps you accelerate that. Whether you're uploading new products or trying to improve existing ones, the platform is packed with helpful AI tools that can write your product descriptions, page headlines, and even enhance your product photography for you. They also allow you to tackle all your important tasks in one place, from inventory to payments to analytics. There's no need to juggle multiple websites. Everything is in one spot to make your operations smoother. And you've definitely seen that iconic purple Shop Pay button is used by millions because Shopify has the best converting checkout on the planet. It helps boost your conversions, which means fewer abandoned carts and more sales for your business. It's time to turn those what ifs into with Shopify today. Sign up for your $1 per month trial at shopify.com/SRS. Go to shopify.com/SRS. That's shopify.com/SRS. I've heard people say that they think that Michael is Christ himself. Is there any validity to that?
No.
No, nothing.
So Christ, which we know from divine revelation, is God who assumed a human nature. St. Michael is an angel, which is a different angel, a different nature altogether.
Okay. Is there anything else in the hierarchy we should know?
Other than in my book, I talk about them, go into detail about what each individual rank is actually for. But the main thing is that people need to really start relying on them more because they're here to protect us.
Let's talk about witchcraft for a little bit. What is it?
So basically what witchcraft is it's the inversion of the proper worship that's due to God. And so what they do is they engage in rituals. So it has the same kinds of things like as Catholics we have things such as sacramentals that we use, which are blessed items. They have cursed items that they use. They have rituals. So we have same kind of ritual. They invert our rituals very often. And then also they have like quasi-sacraments and things of that sort. So they basically, it's the inversion, but it's basically a set of rituals and belief systems which use demons as a medium to bring about the effect of their rituals. So different from us, we pray to Christ and then Christ causes these things to happen. They basically do these rituals to empower the demons so that they can do them.
You mentioned the 9 choirs earlier. What is that?
So the 9 choirs are the breakdown. So the choirs are, each angel was created with a specific task, and those tasks are grouped into they're into groups. So the top group, as I mentioned, the seraphim, that's the top choir. There is
Okay.
about, so it's based in groups based upon what their assigned task is.
Okay. In Black Mass, you had brought that up a couple of times. What is Black Mass?
So a black mass is the inversion of the Catholic Mass. So basically, what they'll do is, depending on the type of black mass, sometimes they'll actually just literally do a mass, but in reverse. So they'll actually use Latin, and they'll talk, but it's spoken backwards. If they happen to have a consecrated host, they'll actually use that during the black mass in order to desecrate it, and in the context of that, in order to empower themselves. But then they can also, the Black Mass can also be just a Catholic Mass with satanic elements as part of it. For example, one Black Mass, which is mentioned in a book called Windswept House by Malachi Martin, it's in the first two to three chapters, where a particular priest, I won't go into names, but a particular priest performs a black mass, but in the context of that, he desecrates a host by raping a young girl during the mass. So you have, the goal is to desecrate the body and blood of Christ. That's the real goal. Because then in that desecration, then it empowers the demons and it empowers the people.
Where would this? I mean, do people attend this, or is this a one-man show?
Well, there's usually a satanic priest who performs the mass. So in that sense, it's a one-man show. But there's always other people involved, because you'll have people whose function is to maintain control over the victims, who's going to be used for this, or other people who, like, they're servers, like at a Catholic Mass, you have different people doing different kinds of services, serving in relationship to the actual ritual. And then very often there's other people standing around who are chanting and doing other things.
Is this what's going on at the Bohemian Grove?
Well, my understanding at the Bohemian Grove is what, I mean, I studied it to the degree that a person can study it and have verifiable evidence of what's actually happening here. But it seems to me that it's at its root and core just basic Moloch worship, because they have the large statue of Moloch there.
Okay. I want to move into elite darkness and satanic ritual abuse.
Okay.
What have you encountered?
When I first started doing this work, the number of people that were we'd see satanic ritual abuse was fairly few. You just didn't see a whole lot of it, and the caseload was from the 1980s. So that's when you saw the satanic ritual abuse occurring, was in the 1980s. And it did not tend to be, at least from what we could gather, in relationship to the elite. But then, over the course of the 18 years as I've been doing this work, we kind of went through a time period where there wasn't just a whole lot of stuff, and then it started to really crop up again, where we started to see a significant rise in satanic ritual abuse, but it was across the board. It wasn't necessarily just the elite. It was also people in high positions, because it would come out, who was the satanic ritual abuser, and sometimes they were fairly high. But now what we're seeing is it's pretty much across the board, where we're seeing it in all levels of society, of the people getting involved in it.
All levels of society.
Yeah. So you'll see people who are, involved in satanic ritual abuse. There's actually a book called 22 Faces. It's about a woman who has dissociative identity disorder, but she was basically a victim of satanic ritual abuse. And that's a paradigmic case, because you can look at it and just realize, yeah, this is how it normally works. But it basically was, to the credit of the Mormons, in fact, they found out that there was a lot of satanic ritual abuse occurring within their ranks, and they cleaned it up. Last I heard, I don't know exactly the details, but she basically, but it was the people that were doing it were people of low level, of the common person you actually see on the streets. But then you'll also see it from middle tier people who are trying to advance themselves. And then the as I mentioned, satanic ritual abuse is some of the stuff that they've talked about in relationship to some of the things that have been happening in the church at the higher levels. But we've also seen I haven't dealt with these two cases too much because demons that are higher level in relationship to the civil authorities, other exorcists maybe closer to the area, have come across that type of thing more because the satanic ritual abuse stuff tends to be somewhat localized to deal with local cases a lot of times. Part of that has to do with the fact that in my particular experience, this is not the experience of every exorcist, is that the demons tend to talk more about the power structure within the church and who's involved in that because they see that as where the real power is, not so much in the context of the civil authorities. Yeah, they have power, but the real spiritual power is in the context of the church.
Where do these rituals, what are some of the rituals? I know this could get very gruesome, but what are some of the rituals? How ancient are they?
Well, they stem almost all the way back. In fact, some of the ritual abuses stem all the way back to the golden calf and some of the stuff even before that. So, but the satanic ritual abuse, there's the black mass where they rape a woman or a girl. Usually it's a virgin. They want a virgin that they rape. So usually it's a girl around 10 years of age or younger. It can also be where, this is in 22 Faces, where you actually have, where the satanic ritual abuse is where they take one girl they've kidnapped this one girl and they basically tie her down so that she can't do anything. And then they took the other girl, which is in the 22 Faces, and then they tie her down. And then they make this girl watch them systematically torture and kill the other child.
Holy shit. How many of our elites do you think are involved in this?
It's hard to know, but if you get a chance, you see this even when they have like the opening ceremonies to the Olympics. But when they did that opening ceremonies to that to that tunnel in Switzerland, it was amazing. They had high-profile people there. Like, don't quote me on this, but it was like the Japanese prime minister. They had several people that were involved in the German government and Swiss government and stuff like that.
Are you talking about CERN?
No.
Okay.
This was an actual tunnel that they did. That when they opened the tunnel, they did this ritual to Baphomet. When those people were sitting there, these people that were at the top tier in their government, in their various governments, they were watching this like they had seen it 100 times before. There was no reaction. It was almost like, okay, when are we going to get this done? And so I think that when you're talking about the higher levels, I don't think you're able to get that high without being groomed to get to that height at this stage, or that you're part of the cabal, so to speak, that gets those types of people to the top.
So it would be hard for you to believe that anybody at that level is not into this.
Well, I mean, and I don't mean to be imputing bad will to people, but I'm very suspect of these people. Part of it is because of the fact that everything they do is Marxist or communist in their behavior and their structure and what they're trying to do. So which I've actually done a series of short videos where I show that diabolic psychology and communism are identical. The psychology is absolutely the same. And so these people, you can pretty much tell that they're driven. There's also these are the same types of people that just make sure that abortion always is maintained. They push abortion everywhere. So I think a large percentage of them at the top, I'm not saying every one of them are, but I mean, this is my own opinion. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm venturing out a bit too much, but it seems to me that a large percentage of them actually are. When Putin said, and I'm not a fan of Putin, but when Putin said, that the world elites or the heads of world governments are basically in the West are just a bunch of satanic pedophiles. I'm like, well, yeah, that's true. So
a lot of people are saying that now.
Yeah,
a lot of people are saying that now. It's it just seems like the veil's coming off, and it scares the shit out of me.
Yeah. The bad part about it is if the veil drops too much and people start rising up to take the power away, that's when it's going to get ugly. Because these people have their levers on their hands on the levers of power, and they're going to use it to take us out if they think that their power is going to be jeopardized at this point. Because with demons, they're stripped of everything except power. That's the only thing that means anything to them. And so as these people become more like their masters, it's just going to be about power.
Damn, you literally see it. You see these people get addicted to their own bullshit, their power.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Especially in politics.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I had one during one session. One of the demons started attacking the woman internally, and I didn't know quite what was going on because I was just doing the ritual. But afterwards, she said when she came out, she said the demon first of all gave her the illusion of having all this power, right? But she said, and then he moved me interiorly to feel the rush that he gives to people when they have that power. And she said it was so intoxicating. She said, if I hadn't had the grace to reject it, I would have gotten sucked into it. So he rewards them, giving them that rush that they get in having that power.
Man, I cannot get through my head how many people are into this and how they can sacrifice a child, a baby, an infant. I mean, there has to be some. I mean, I guess not, but I mean, it's zero sense of right and wrong in their head. It's like they feel. I mean, they feel no guilt. I mean,
Yeah.
if some of this stuff that's going on right now is true, I mean, these people feel zero shame.
Yeah, that's actually true. I think
They're still out in the public. They're laughing. They're fucking smiling.
Yeah, and the segue to almost all satanic activity is violations of the sixth commandment. These people had impure lives when they were younger, and that was the gateway to them becoming more. And then at a certain point, Satan just leads to, you actually see this among homosexuals who are highly active. Eventually the sex starts to become ritualistic. But these people were, that very often that's the way they got introduced to satanic stuff. And then over the course of time, they liked it. And then at a certain point, their intellectual vision just becomes clouded and they actually like it and they think it's good. That's why whenever you hear, the politicians, they'll say, well, this particular politician or that is trying to destroy democracy. That's just a code phrase for saying they're trying to take away our power, which they want. And then people have to remember along the way, demons can actually block people from thinking about certain things and remembering certain things. But they can also reward people by giving them these intense emotional experiences in relationship to things. And so they really get to liking it and think it's actually a good thing. And they want to get it again.
What does God want us to do? What does Christ want us to do about this? Are we supposed to just sit here and idle? Or are we supposed to challenge it? Are we supposed to expose it? Are we supposed to fight it? Or are we just supposed to live good lives and try to lead by example? I mean, what are we supposed to do?
Well, I think that, I'm fighting it. In the particular work that I actually do, I'm kind of at ground zero in a certain sense. But because what's interesting is as you fight and break possessions in relationship to people, the demons admit that it starts to slowly deteriorate their power in relationship to the rest of the world. But what we have to do is the primary thing that you have to do is you have to lead good and holy lives, because in being holy, then you will be a conduit of grace for other people. And then the primary thing for the people have to realize is that their job is to fight the spiritual warfare in their own life and in the life of their family. So the proper authority has two things. It's to provide and to protect. Your job as a father and as a husband is to provide, not just materially for your family, but to provide spiritually by becoming holy and praying for them on a regular basis, doing prayers, sufferings, good works, fasting, etc., so that they receive the grace necessary to do the right thing. But then it's also to protect. I mean, obviously, if someone tried to break into your house, you're going to get a gun and you're going to take this guy out, right? The same thing has to happen on a spiritual level. You have to be willing to be knowledgeable about spiritual warfare and be willing to fight it in relationship to keeping those things out of your house. And you, as the father, as the authority figure, have to make sure you never allow your own sin to introduce the demons into your own house. And so, but that's the one thing, but you have to be willing to fight. And that means you have to be willing to say binding prayers, say prayers of protection for your children and your wife on a regular basis. So people have to, the real goal is to protect your family and to get that. And then at a certain point, and this is what happens with exorcists. I had no intention of being an exorcist. I still don't want to be an exorcist. The only reason I do it is because of the fact that I was basically asked to do it. And so it's the same kind of a thing. If you get to that point where you're doing what you're supposed to be doing in the context of your family, God will start to bring you people that you can start giving them the instruction and start helping them to come up to speed. It's like training. It's like combat training. You have to make sure you're a good combat soldier first, and then you can help the other guys come up to speed. And it's the same thing in spiritual warfare.
I mean, I'm going to be honest. I feel like I'm in the fight. At least I feel like I'm exposing stuff. I don't know how much good it's actually doing, but the shit doesn't come without a toll.
That's correct.
I feel like I take on all that negative energy every time I do an episode like some of the stuff we're talking about right now.
Yeah.
You know, I'm going to go home. I'm going to talk about it. We just did an episode on this Camp Kanakuk, the biggest Christian kids camp in the world.
Yeah. I just saw that. I haven't had a chance to watch it, but yeah.
You know, and I mean, they're talking about reading scripture over kids while they sexually abuse them and all kinds of really bad shit. And I take that on, but I mean, the evil just moves from, I talked about this before too, but I mean, the evil just moves from one institution to the next,
yeah.
You know, and so, yeah, that's great. We can all hate Camp Kanakuk and it's horrible and all this shit, and it was horrible what they did. It's an institution that's trying to protect itself from
Right.
the fucking sins that it's committed. But that evil's, you know, great, cool. We did an episode. It's got a lot of exposure. A lot of people never going to send their kids to that camp, but that evil is not, it doesn't end there.
No,
it just moves
No,
to the next vertical.
That's correct. But it's just like anything else in warfare. The first thing you need to know is knowledge of your enemy and reconnaissance. You need to know what they're doing, what they're at before you ever go barging in there. Well, that's exactly what this exposure does. This exposure gives other people the knowledge to know the truth and knowing this is what's actually going on, which we need. This is also one of the reasons why you have to keep yourself spiritually protected, because as you expose this stuff, the demons aren't going to be happy that you're drawing attention to these things, and they're going to go after you. And if you keep yourself protected, that's why you have to keep your family protected and also your staff, etc., because they'll move laterally, and if you're not careful. So the exposure is a necessary process in actually knowing the truth. And knowledge plays such a key role in spiritual warfare. As I mentioned, in possession, your goal is to get that one last piece of information that's going to get him out. Well, that also means that the knowledge, if people are armed with the knowledge of the stuff that you're revealing, at least they're not getting sucked into it, and they can keep their families from getting sucked into it. And also then they'll start arming people to actually start dealing with it in their own lives. So it plays a very important role, but it also means that you're a target.
How do people protect themselves?
Well, if you actually look at the way this plays itself
For
out.
me, the toll comes in anxieties.
Yes, well,
it's sometimes debilitating.
Okay, yeah, that is. Well,
I'm going to get killed. I'm going to get shot. I'm going to get. Somebody's going to run over me on the fucking side of the. I mean, we've exposed a lot of shit.
Yeah,
and and then you have people. Yeah.
The first thing you have to do is make sure that you're always leading a habitual life of grace. And by that I mean that you don't ever commit any grave sin that's offensive to the Lord. If you had, you got to get that off your soul. The second, and then you have to live that life consistently, because God will protect you to the degree that you maintain yourself under His protection. The second thing is then you have to start doing specific prayers to keep yourself protected. This is one of the reasons we started a group called Auxilium Christianorum, which is people just start praying for each other's protection. And there's literally millions of people saying these prayers. So if they start, you plug into that protection. Then you have to start saying prayers for your own protection. And then you also have to, the specific prayers. So like if you're dealing with anxiety, then you need to start doing certain kinds of prayers, binding prayers specifically to bind any demon that's causing the anxiety. Start asking, it's like anything else. You have to ask, like our Lord, our Lady, reveal to me what is at the root of this anxiety. What's the attachment I have? Because all the emotions that we have are rooted in some kind of an attachment. So if you can find out what that is, then you can start letting loose of that interiorly, and the anxiety will begin to decline. Obviously, it has to do with making acts of faith, hope, and charity. Hope that God is, and that He's ultimately going to protect you. But in the end, one of the primary things is you have to start asking our Lord and our Lady to start protecting you every single day from this, from any kind of attacks. Now, that's in relationship to the diabolic, but as I mentioned, they can move laterally, so they can use other people to cause you harm, and so you have to watch your flank. You have to start asking our Lord and our Lady, keep me protected, keep me hidden from the people that would cause me harm or damage, so that because literally I've seen this actually happen where, and this is actually how demons are able to keep things occult for years and decades and generations sometimes, is because the demons can block people from reflecting on what they're seeing. I mean, we saw this in our own culture where there was just this massive evil going on. It's right in your face and people are just not processing it properly. So, but the opposite of that is actually the case. Started getting under your guardian angel and ask him to, to protect you, but then ask our Lord and our Lady, keep me hidden from these people so that they can't focus on me or reflect on the right things that would affect me or afflict me. And so you have to build your protection up over the course of time. And so that's, but the main thing is prayer, a very disciplined, regimented prayer life over specific things, and then also discipline in relationship to fasting and developing the virtues. If you have any area that's not a virtue, you got to get rid of that, and you got to build the virtue in that area. Get rid of the vice, so that you yourself can't get attacked. But then once you get yourself straightened out, then like I said, you can start protecting other people and those that you work with.
What is so significant about fasting?
It basically, well, there's two parts about it. If you're in the state of grace and you offer up the fasting for some particular, like your protection or for your children's well-being, what happened, then it's a meritorious act and God will grant the grace that you're petitioning. If you, sorry about that, I'm a little dry, but but the other part about it is that
does it have to be fasting? I'm just curious. So, just as an example, you're going to battle with demons every time you do an exorcism.
Right.
Does that count? Is that a sacrifice that you're making that most people would not make?
Yes, it can count, but it's only in one area of our interior life. We have different inclinations. People have inclinations towards sex. That's why there's a virtue of chastity. People have an inclination towards food that they eat excessively. That's why you fast. Or they eat stuff that they're not supposed to be. That's why there's a virtue of abstinence. And so the goal is to adorn your soul of all of the virtues, and those are part of the virtues. St. Thomas says that the natural law commands all the virtues. Now, and the thing is that the reason why fasting is so important is because it basically, when you fast, you have to use your intellect and will to remain steadfast in, I'm not going to eat, even though the lower faculties are like, let's go eat. Let's go wolf down that 32-ounce steak. Let's just eat. I want to eat. Whereas you say, no, I'm going to stay. And what that does is it builds strength in the will, which is called continence. And then it slowly subordinates those lower faculties to where they're only going to follow reason. Now, once that happens, the demons, their approach to us is in those lower faculties and in our imagination. But if we've been in the habit of doing that, that means we're disciplined interiorly. And then as a result of that, the demons are not going to want to get involved with us, because if they attack us because of our discipline interiorly, we're going to say no to it more likely than if they tempt us with something that we're immoderate in, then we'll give into it. And so the fasting plays a particular role in subjugating, as St. Paul says, subjugate your bodies. That it brings it under subjugation to reason and will. And then as a result of that, the demons are less likely to attack you because they know they're more likely to lose.
And how do we protect our kids, our families? I mean, I want to talk to you about baptism. I was actually going to do it offline, but we might as well just do it here. I mean, I have not baptized my kids yet.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to wait until they can make the decision on their own.
Yeah,
But
the problem is they're unprotected.
say that again.
The problem is they're unprotected, at least in some respects. Because once you're in the state of grace, God extends greater protection for you to remain in the state of grace. And so once they're baptized, they're brought into the state of grace, and then from there, they can actually, they're getting more protection as a result of it. The other thing is, when we're baptized and we're in the state of grace, God also infuses us the infused virtues, so that we're able to, if we've developed the acquired virtue, then the infused virtues become more predominant, which is where we start doing things more for God and more for Christ and that type of thing. And so they're able to keep their focus. They're able to actually fight the battle better based upon what the graces that they've been given to protect that state of grace, but then also they're infused the gifts of the Holy Spirit, where they have wisdom, fortitude, and knowledge and things of that sort. So they get more things to actually protect themselves in the process. The other difficulty is that the problem with human nature after the original sin is that our tendency is to choose the easier path or the wrong path. It's just, that's our tendency. And so if we don't give kids the right formation, by that I mean, in a sense, developing the virtues and getting them the right understanding and knowledge of these things, then even if you baptize them and confirm them, there's still going to be a stage where they have to make the decision on their own anyway. But at least this way, you've armed them and equipped them with the ability to make the right decisions.
What is the significance of the godparents?
The godparents are to, if the parents fail to give the kid proper instruction, that they're to instruct the child on what their obligations are before God. But the other thing is they're supposed to do prayer, suffering, good works for the spiritual well-being of the child. And so you want to make sure when you pick one, it's someone who's going to be praying for your kid for the rest of its life, for the rest of their life, which is hard to find.
Yeah. We're still looking. What do you think about psychedelics?
Well, they fall in the category of a drug, which is a little bit different from, say, something like alcohol, even though they categorize alcohol as a drug. There are certain things that are meant for general consumption and ongoing use. So you can drink wine pretty much every day as long as it's moderate. It may even have a health benefit, etc. That's different from a drug, which God intended. God put these things here for a reason. And that means that we have to find out, what is that reason? Why? What is the effect of this drug? What is its benefits? What are its bad bad aspects to it? And so any drug can be used under specific circumstances if that particular drug ameliorates or cures a specific problem that a person has. So that being the case, if they do have a psychedelic, that if it's used properly and would correct certain things, then it can be legitimately used. If it doesn't, or if it only has like a temporary effect, or it causes other graver problems, then you don't use it. So it's basically just what you would do with any kind of a drug. You use it ad hoc when you need it, but no more and no less.
Do you think this unlocks a spiritual realm for people?
It can. When it's using a drug for which you don't have a legitimate need for it, and you use it immoderately, is what opens the door to the demons getting involved. But with psychedelics, my understanding is if you give it in low enough dosages, they don't have the same kinds of problems anyway. But the point being is that you have to be careful with people using it immoderately, because that's where, or in a way that's not rightly ordered, because that's when the demons are really going to get involved.
Have you ever done them?
No, not psychedelics. Part of it is I value my intellectual faculties just a little too much for that.
I'm just curious. It's a big debate. You know, a lot of people are finding healing through them, including
Yeah.
myself. And I think I told you, I'm 4 years without booze
Yeah.
today, almost today. And that came from that.
Yeah, as long as it's, as I mentioned, ad hoc. You only use it when you need to use it for a specific thing, and it's known that it actually cures these particular things, and it's moderated. It's actually what God intended. Saint Hildegard said, "There is no illness in man for which God has not created a remedy in nature." So I think that it can be legitimately used in those particular cases, provided that, it can be scientifically proven, or provided that it can be demonstrated that that does actually have these proper effects.
How about communion?
Yeah. So I have a case that I'm working on right now where the woman has actually seen the precious blood after the mass was done. So we did a consecration, had to get special permission from the bishop to allow her to receive the precious blood, which is also part of the communion. Because she saw what the demon would see, when she looked into the chalice, she actually saw blood. And that's because of the fact that the demons can see the humanity, or certain aspects of the humanity of Christ. They can't see his soul and they can't see his divinity. But when she looked into it, she saw blood. So the communion is one of those things, as the Catholics believe, it's the body, blood, soul, and divinity of Christ. And as a result of that, it does have a huge impact on demons. When a person who is receiving it on a regular basis, it tremendously weakens the demon's ability to influence. The other thing is, too, is demons will do everything they can to keep people from receiving it.
Do you believe that the dead can contact us? Relatives, friends?
So, not under normal circumstances. They're basically, they can, in other words, they're not going to appear and start talking to you. There are historical cases, even with saints talking to people that have died and that type of thing. Those things have happened. But most of the time, in our experience, where it looks like, Uncle Joe appears or Uncle Joe's in the house and he's causing these problems, it's a demon that's actually doing that. And so as a general rule, we tell people not to have anything to do with them or communicate with them. So it does happen on occasion, but it's extraordinarily rare.
Do you have any specific examples? How do you know when it's real and when it's not?
The way you're actually going to know it's diabolic is the fact that there's going to be some bad effects that result from it, or it's going to be something that is beyond human capacity to actually end up doing. A lot of times, too, is it's usually involved with some type of occult activity like seances or things like that. You'll see those where the demons will actually show up and they'll actually do things. Whereas if it's on the side of the angels, where it's actually good people appearing, that usually is for someone's sanctification or correction or rectitude in their spiritual life. So that doesn't happen too often. It's extraordinarily rare, but it has happened historically. In possession cases, because the person sees what the demon sees, very often the people who are possessed will actually see the angels and the saints that show up to the particular sessions, and so they'll actually see them. But I don't see them in relationship to that. There is a particular kind of a case which I've actually dealt with. Only one authentic case that I can think of, and that is when people who have died, but under circumstances where they were actually died in the graces of God, but the manner in which they died was disordered. So Usually the interpretation of that is that the person's in kind of a holding stasis, or they're in purgatory, as Catholics would call it, but they're in this stasis where they can't go to heaven, but they're not going to be damned yet until certain conditions obtain. So there was a house where this woman was appearing, a former owner was appearing in a particular location. And everybody in the house had seen her at different times in this location. But every time they saw her, she was just like looking into the distance. She didn't communicate anything to them. And that's a telltale sign that they're in this state. So what I did, I still exercised the house, but what I did is I offered Mass for the repose of her soul. And then I actually gained what's called a plenary indulgence, which is the removal of all of the requirements that God would have in a person's case like that, so that they can go into heaven. And then after that, she stopped appearing. So those types of things do happen, but they're extraordinarily rare.
Oh, God. You had brought up Padre Pio a couple of times during the interview. He is the one that has the marks on his
Yes, that's
hands,
right, the stigmata.
When did those appear?
If I remember right, he was 27 when they appeared during a vision that he had had of Christ while he was praying in a chapel. So he had, and then they remained on his body until when he died. After he died, they disappeared.
Why did that happen?
Why'd they disappear?
Why did he have it?
We actually know there are historical cases where this has actually happened. It's right in St. Paul, because St. Paul says, "You know that I bear the marks of Christ on my body." So the tradition of the church is that St. Paul was the first one to have the stigmata. After that, there seems to be kind of a period where there's not too much happening, and then St. Francis of Assisi had them. It's usually done for instructional purposes for other people to draw their attention to the sufferings of Christ, but then also to draw their attention to the holiness of the particular individual. Because it's a tremendous suffering to have them physically, because they actually very often experience aspects of the passion in that process. So it's actually about the sanctification of the one who has them, but then also for our instruction and for our drawing our attention to what Christ went through.
In your book, Diabolic Influence, this isn't for the public.
No.
Why is it not for the public? What's in there that the public does, that you don't want them to see?
So it's meant for clergy. Usually most of the guys buying that are guys who are becoming exorcists. Because it's basically what I wanted to do is write a manual that you could hand to a priest. Because historically they would say you should study all the approved authors in this area. Well, they're strewn over 2,000 years in Latin and Greek and that type of thing, and most guys don't have access to that. So I wanted to write a manual, but in there is all the diagnostic material that we actually have and many of the remedies and recommendations. It's also, because I'd written 3 books in psychology the way Aquinas understood it, when I started doing exorcisms, I just started watching the psychological patterns of demons, and then also started watching the psychological overlay when demons get involved in human beings. And so those patterns that you see are also in there. I specifically removed them from the public version of it because we call it the CSI effect, which is people will read about it and then they come in and mimic it wanting an exorcism. And so it's primarily to keep the diagnostic side of things clean when we're doing it.
Okay. Some fascinating subjects in there. A lot of it wound up in this interview, but
Yeah.
Well, Father, what a discussion.
Well, thanks for having me. I really enjoyed it. I
Thank you
appreciate
for
it.
coming.
Hopefully this will help some people.
I think this is going to help a lot of people.
Good.
You want to end it a prayer?
Sure.
All right.
In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. We give you thanks, O Lord, for all thy benefits, but also for all the knowledge and everything that has been given to us. We ask you to protect Sean and all his staff and all those, especially in their pursuit of truth and their desire to make that truth known to all of us. Send down your angels to protect him. And also, Jesus, we say all these things and these for your specific glory, that it may be given to you and not to us. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Appreciate
Father, God bless.
it. Here.
Dude.
That's a boatload of information in a short period of time.
Yeah. Yeah. Blew my mind. Wow. Wow. Man, that was good.
Yeah.
That was good. You feel good about it?
I do, actually. A little nervous about talking about some of that stuff, but I'm like, you know what? You only live life once. And it's actually kind of come out in bits and pieces anywhere, so now it's at least it's all in one contained location.
Right on.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we can come out to Denver and visit you.
Yeah, anytime you're out
Travel a lot, or?
Yeah, actually, well, my traveling has dropped off because when I first started this, doing the exorcism work, I traveled extensively to do caseload. But at a certain point, I was just like, I can't do this anymore. So people come to Denver. So now I only travel to maintain relationships with benefactors that provide all the money so that I can do this without having to try and raise the money. And then also I do conferences from time to time. So Dan and I are doing a conference out in California, for example. I'll do interviews like this once in a while. I'm pretty selective about who I'm willing to do interviews with, only because of the fact that it's, people want to make a name off of it. You've already got one, so I don't have to worry about it. And I know that you're serious about it. So I don't travel that much anymore. I'm trying to cut down on it. I have had to do some tag team taking care of my mom with my sister, which is taking up some time. But outside of that, I still devote my time to the work. Trying to get this one case broken though. 15 years. It's close though. It's so close.
15 years.
Yeah. He was so close to cracking.
How old was he when it started?
Well, the woman that's possessed, she became possessed because her father, who was a Freemason, gave her up to another Freemason so that he could advance in Freemason. So she was molested in the back seat of her parents' car with her parents sitting in the front seat. That's how she became possessed. And then she was possessed for a bulk of her life. And then I started working with her when she was in her like 45 or so, about that age. And it's been a brutal grind. But it's her case that all this stuff is being revealed, like who's involved and what's going on and everything like that.
Holy shit.
So she's a trooper. She gets beat around a lot, but it's been a brutal case.
Yeah, I'll bet.
So, but I'm just trying to, but he, like I said, he was so close to cracking. I did get out of him, but he actually does know what's going to liberate her, and which is the first step. Because sometimes they don't know. And then the second thing is, okay, now I got to get out of that, what it is. And he was just so close to cracking. But that's why I want to get the sessions resumed, which will resume in May. Actually, I got to take a little bit of a hiatus, but in May we'll resume those.
What is the Freemasonry stuff?
It's basically, well, it's a secret society, but basically it's a form of Luciferianism where you become your own god, and it's a structured thing where that's slowly revealed to you until you get to the top. But all their rituals are inversions of Catholic rituals, and or they're basically taken from various forms of witchcraft.
So did it stem out of the Catholic Church?
Historically, it started. The reason they're called Freemasons is because the Masonry guilds in the early during the Middle Ages, the guys would started these guilds to protect the craft of their buildings and that type of thing, and it was originally designed to maintain standards and that type of thing. But then it slowly morphed into by the time you get to the late into the 1600s and then definitely into the 1700s, by the time it morphs into what we're seeing now. So by the time you get to like 1717, which is when it was officially established in France, it's already the whole structure is laid out. So originally it was to make sure that guys knew the craft, but then it turned into witchcraft over the course of time.
Jeez.
And now it's everywhere.
Yeah, the Catholic Church here in Franklin is surrounded by
Yeah. So I said, well, there's a way to get them out of there. Basically, there's a ritual called the Exorcism of Apostate Angels. It was written by Leo XIII. And what you do is you just get a priest who gets permission and faculties from his bishop, and he just stands out there, not drawing attention to himself or anything, just sit in the car, but he exorcises the building every single day by doing that ritual. And usually within 40 to 60 days, they'll leave. So, as I've seen guys shut down abortion clinics doing that.
Wow.
So, but
Man, awesome interview.
thank you.
Thank
I
you for
appreciate it.
coming.
I enjoyed it, actually.
I think the whole team enjoyed that one. I know I did. I learned a ton, and I'll have to watch it a couple more times just to retain everything. But
Yeah.
that was awesome.
Yeah, I tell people that my interviews, but even my conferences, are like a fire hose. You know, you're just getting a boatload of information. But my attitude is, even if you just get half of it, we're good. You know. So
It's actually like, I think we probably went 4 hours.
yeah.
I'll bet, maybe more. But Andy talked fast, so it's probably, it's like it's actually like 8 hours worth of information. No matter where you're watching the Sean Ryan Show from, if you get anything out of this at all, anything, please like, comment, and subscribe. And most importantly, share this everywhere you possibly can. And if you're feeling extra generous, head to Apple Podcasts and Spotify and leave us a review.